I'd like to call the city council meeting to order for November 5th. Has it been appropriately noticed?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For those that may not have heard earlier, there is room in conference room 3. There's chairs and it's all, you can hear everything going on in there if you want to go sit down. Roll call, please.
Alderman Ellis.
Here.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Here.
Alderman Zwart.
Here.
Alderman Stray.
I'm half here.
Kavieski. Alderman Rogers.
Here.
Alderman Rozak.
Here.
Alderman Shaw.
Here.
First item on our agenda is a public hearing. This is for Gordy's Lakefront Marine. The purpose of the hearing is to hear public comment on the application of Gordy's Lakefront Marine Incorporated for a conditional use permit allowing vehicle sales, which would be boat sales, at 20 South Main Street. Jason, you want to give a start on this?
Thank you, Mayor, Common Council. I will give a overview of the application that was submitted to the city for a conditional use permit. It's for boat sales at 20 South Main Street. In order to grant a conditional use, the city of Oconomowoc has standards for each specific use. This one is for vehicle sales, which boats fall under. We have a total of 10 standards that the Common Council has to find that the applicant has met these standards in order to grant the conditional use to allow the boat sales to take place. Those are no streamers or inflatables are allowed on the exterior of the site. Temporary signs must comply with ordinances. They must have a parking plan that is shown to the Common Council. They must have a delivery plan that talks about all the deliveries must be on the subject property. You can't deliver from the adjacent road. You must have a motor vehicle dealer's license. You must have a lighting plan. There's no vehicle service or repair allowed unless this Common Council grants that in conjunction with the sales, because that's a separate use. You must have security cameras that are adequate to the police chief's review, and there's no outdoor speakers. And then the catch-all is you must comply with all other laws. The two boats in the pictures up there, I've put those on there. Those are taken off of the Gordy's website. These are the types of boats that they would like to entertain selling at 20 South Main. They're called Cobalt boats, and that's the only brand that they will be exclusively asking to sell it from this location. The site itself, a survey was submitted by a professional surveyor. It shows the blue arrow is pointing to the subject property. It's this one right here. It's right next to 24 South Main, which is the cornerstone for reference. The site consists of a building which is about 2,700 square feet per floor. It's multiple floors, two floors. And then this back area is 42 feet wide by 52 feet deep, which is another 2,100 square feet. They would like to be selling boats both inside the building and on the outside back patio, this 42 by 52 area. So the indoor area is shown here. It's this darker area. That's the existing building. I had a photo of it up earlier, and you'll see more of those. And then inside that area, they would like to do 2 to 3 boats is what they recommended. They don't want to get locked into a specific number, but they just said, you know, that's typical what they would like to do. 2 to 3 boats on the inside. The outside sales area, they would like to have maybe 2 to 4 boats outside on that back patio. This is the front of the building. It's going through a complete major facade upgrade right now. I took this picture because I wanted to show you the garage doors that are being put in along South Main Street. It's hard to see, but on this next photo, there's actually curb cuts there, so they could potentially deliver off the front, but they don't want to do that. They want to deliver from the back. So they want to raise those garage doors and invite the public to just kind of come in with the fresh air. So they also have an overhang here that's going over the sidewalk, but the whole building is being updated as we speak. These photos that are in the presentation were all taken on Monday, October 28th, so about a week ago. This was the back of the building at that time. They did upgrade the cement patio area back there. They also have 2 overhead doors. And then they, at that time, they thought they were going to be putting the dumpster in the corner where that job trailer is. That is no longer the case. Now the dumpster is going to be going right in this area here in a wood corral, and we'll be discussing that in a minute. But this is the back patio area. This is where they would like to have several boats stored out there as well. During the rehab work, they did disturb some of the neighbors' property. This area is shown here. The applicant has identified that they recognize they have went off their site. They will restore this back to whatever the adjacent property owner wishes. If they want it to be concrete, asphalt, gravel, or grass, they would do any of the above. To get the boats to the site for both indoor and outdoor, they would come through the back side. It is a private parking lot. There's an easement to cross this property to get to the subject property. The first bank is the adjacent parking lot. You can see this is the area that they would be coming in. They would be coming in from South Street, which is in a southwest area from this property. They would be pulling down this area, not too far because it says one way, do not enter here. These are the bank drive-through, and then these boats would be coming in with trucks on a trailer, and they would be backing it in. There'd be no semis unloading the boats at all. There is about 100 feet from this edge of the property to the sign over here. There's also a secondary easement that I'd like to just share with you. It's designated for parking of vehicles only. That is up next to the cornerstone in the back of the building. There's about 3 or 4 stalls in this little area. The applicant has the rights to park there. That's where his customers or his employees could park. There'd be no trailers, no boats, no equipment, nothing other than vehicles can be kept in that area. So to get to the boats, it would be coming in off South Street, which is down here, kind of coming through the parking lot from the southwest area, and then you'd be pulling forward a little bit and then backing the boats in. They are going to be maintaining the access to the buildings to the north. This alleyway would stay open where this red SUV is located, and this is the alley. The other side of it, there you can see there's some doorways. There's a couple of man doors and some stairways going up to other doorways. So that would have to be preserved and kept open, which it would be. So they did submit, according to those standards, they had to submit a loading plan, a parking plan, a lighting plan. The loading, they just kind of show a loading area, and they talk about the easement. Here's kind of a narrative of the loading. The boat will be loaded into the building using a private driveway and driveway area on the back of the building. No loading will happen from the front, which is the east side. That's Main Street. Boat delivery will be from the west using the current driveway property easements abutting the western lot line. So again, this is the boat display area. You can kind of see it's up against the cornerstone. The pad is there, and the boats would come in from this way. The parking plan, again, there's 2 different areas here. There's the parking of the boats, which is shown here, and then there's some parking along the cornerstone building, several stalls that would be required. There's a separate second easement for that parking. For the lighting, there's no pole lights going to be installed. They are going to just use wall fixtures. These are the type of wall packs, 15-watt bulbs for downlighting purposes. There's going to be 4 along Main Street side and 5 in the rear area, lighting that up in the evening. So We did receive some concerns of the adjacent business. If they had their wish list, they said any deliveries that utilize the back of the building for the boat deliveries shall be before 6:30 a.m. And that's not to interfere with their employees or any of their customers. Number two is any parking in the easement shall be for automobiles only during normal business hours. And again, no trailers, boats, or equipment or overnight parking. And also, they don't want any signs to be placed in those parking stalls. Three is any deliveries during normal business hours should be through the front on Main Street. And staff does not agree with that. Main Street's very busy. We feel that the deliveries should come through the backside of the property. Four is the applicant must strictly adhere to the current easement. Access shall be through the property in a southwesterly manner to the city of Oconomowoc municipal lot. So we've agreed to that. Five, no snow shall be placed on the adjacent properties. When they do pushing snow, they don't want any on the bank parking lot, and that is addressed in the conditional use permit that all snow shall be kept on the subject property, and if it gets too deep and heavy, then they would have to remove it at their own expense. Then the final one is applicant shall ensure that all garbage collection strictly complies with the terms of the easement. A garbage truck would have to get in and empty the dumpster on the lot. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Now, I did prepare a draft conditional use permit. It is sitting in the packet. It does cover noise, outdoor storage, display, that easement, the boat loading, the snow removal, the garbage, the fire protection, and the cameras. The Plan Commission did review this at length. On October 30th, they recommended the conditional use permit be sent forward to the Common Council with a positive recommendation. It was a 4-2 vote to allow the boat sales to take place. Since that meeting, there was extensive discussion about the dumpster location. It cannot be kept under the stairway, even though the steps on the external area to the second floor are going to be made out of steel. They cannot do that. I've talked to the fire district and the building inspector. So the applicant has been in touch with me, said they'll locate it on the back side of that building, and they'll put a wooden corral around it. So the staff recommendation this evening is, it is on your agenda for action. Recommend approval of the conditional use permit for the boat sales at 20 South Main. We do ask that condition number 9 be amended on the permit because the dumpster will be placed now in a wooden corral along the west side of the building. It will not be under the steps. That is a violation of a building code requirement. I'll be happy to answer any questions later in the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. We'll now take public comments on this subject alone. There'll be another time when we have public comments on other items. So if you have a comment on this and you fill out a blue card, I'll call your name. Greta Engel.
Hi, I'm attorney Greta Engel. I'm appearing for the applicant tonight, Mr. Bizek. He is out as unable to attend as he had surgery yesterday and can't make it. I want to address several different issues with you tonight. The first is that with the issues that have been ongoing that...
Can you please speak into the microphone?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's going to shift a little bit here. One of the first issues is that, as you saw, there is a neighboring business does have some issues here. They do have a wish list of things they want to occur to have this go forward. Of that, several of them already have been agreed to between the owner of the property, Mr. Bizek, and the proposed tenant, who is Gordy's Lakefront Marine. They've already signed a lease that is contingent on receiving this permit, but also did amend it to include the fact that snow removal would be occurring that would not go onto any other property, and also contains statements as to the removal of garbage, has been described here and already. As for the delivery of the boats, part of the issue that they're having is that easement does allow in and out access for the property in question, and it does go through the bank's property as well. However, it's part of the easement. The plan that they have in place that you've seen that we'll go over a little bit as well follows that easement language. If the bank has issue with it, it's an issue that they created themselves as they granted this easement back in 1985. If they're unhappy that ingress and egress through their property goes here, They granted that easement originally. If they want to change it, they cannot use this as a forum to do so. They have to either talk to the property owner directly and do it with an agreement, or they have to file something with a civil suit, which again, is not before you today, and would not be, and it's not at issue here. It's rather, our issue here is whether or not this application fulfills the requirements that it needs to and answers all of your questions, which it does. And then so go to back up a little bit, with part of what's required here, there are 10 options that went through a little bit quickly earlier, which I want to address again, that those 10 issues, that there will not be any streamers or inflatables on this property whatsoever as part of their sales, that any temporary signs would comply with city ordinances, which it will. The applicant did submit the parking plan, which is part of your packets, which you have seen, which does show they have easements that allow for parking for employees, potentially for customers, but there is no designation for on-site parking in the downtown area. So they don't have to have anything beyond that and actually have more than is required. The delivery plan is also outlined in your packet. These boats are about 20 feet large. They're being pulled by a pickup truck. It's not a large semi-truck, it's not anything bigger than that, where they can be, and they have a plan, and Tom from Gordy's is here today and talk about that more, about their experience that they've had with their drivers who've been doing this for years, how they can back up a boat very quickly without any issue, where they will not be taking up a large amount of time from the bank. They will not be hindering their ability to have business, hurting their customers, delaying their ability to get in and out of the bank. Rather, they will be very easily and quickly getting these boats in and then leaving again. These are high-end boat sales. They aren't selling them. They're not like the dollar store you go when you go out, you move quickly, or the hardware store. Rather, people are coming to look at them, and they're not buying the display model. They're putting orders in to have one made for them. Or they're having, yep, we have one in the factory, we'll have it brought to you. They're not moving these boats in and out often. They'll get moved in, they'll be there, they'll be for display, and they may move them out if someone does want to buy the display, but it's not gonna be consistent in and out with them. It will not be an ongoing issue. It is much lower traffic than what was there previously, which I believe was a mechanic who was having cars come in and out and doing work on them. That's not happening here. These boats are there for display and then for people to come and look at. They are doing no repairs here, no servicing of any boats. They will not have that in and out traffic. That's, I think, a major concern of the bank, but that doesn't exist here. Also, Gordy's has been in business for quite some time. They're duly licensed in Wisconsin. That's easily fulfilled and has been ongoing. I believe it's 65 years they've been in business, and they want to move to this area to keep that going. The lighting plan was also submitted. I believe it has been reviewed by the police department already, and they're aware of what they're going to be putting in for that, which also meets that requirement. As I said, there's going to be no service or repairs of the boats in this area. It's only strictly limited to sales. Also, there will not be any speakers installed on the outside, and all our laws and ordinances that the city has, the state has, are going to be complied with in this matter. And it's just the fact that, well, neighbors do have concerns. Either they've already been agreed to and set, they're already agreed to as part of the guidelines the city has in place, or there are issues that are not before you today, would never come before you because they're not in your purview for this. And therefore, like, given all of that, that the applicant has met all the standards that are required, we're asking today that this be approved, and so that way they can continue moving in, continue rehabbing this building, and continue to get a tenant in there who will contribute to the area and be a boost for the economy, be a boost for the traffic, people to be able to come in, go out of the store, see what's ongoing here, and improve the area. And I would like to point out to the council that the applicant does have several other buildings in the area that he has rehabbed and that he has contributed with different businesses here as well. And he does live locally where he knows what's going on. He thinks this would be a great benefit to the city and wants to add to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The remaining comments, I let her speak a little longer because she was speaking for the applicant. All the rest of the comments, let's keep them to 3 minutes or less. We have a lot of people, a lot of things to discuss tonight, so and do not repeat something that somebody else had said. Karen Trepton?
Hi, my name's Karen Trepton. Do I have to say where I live, or?
Yes.
I live at 234 North Lake Road in Oconomowoc. I am a friend and neighbor of the owner. I also am a real estate agent, and I've worked with the owner of this proposal on a few other projects in the downtown area. I've been involved in some of the sales of the property that he's already purchased and has rehabbed. I think that the use for this proposal is the highest and best use of a building like that. I think it's great for downtown Oconomowoc. I think attracting a business like Gordy's to Oconomowoc is really good for business here. They are, as the previous gal stated, a really high-end boat manufacturer or distributor, and will do a nice thing with this building. I think that the other buildings that he's rehabbed here have all turned out to be very nicely done. He also takes the time to rehab these buildings in a manner that they're multi-use. So if a few years down the road, this boat thing is moving on to a larger location, for example, that building could probably be converted into something else that would be very nice for the downtown area. So I'm in favor of granting the permit. I think everything he's trying to do for our downtown is in keeping with what we're trying to attract for the city.
Thank you. Hayden Lindwall. State your name and address.
Hello, I'm Hayden Lindwall of 238 North Lake Road, and I'm here to speak in favor of the conditional use permit for Gordy's. Gordy's has twice won the #1 marine dealer in North America in the last 5 years. I think would be a great asset to the city. Cobalt boats are the industry standard for bow riders, and it would be a great draw for Lake Country.
Thank you. Tom Grossroud, I think that's what it is.
Hi, my name is Tom Grosskopf. I 128 Silver Lake Plaza. I am in favor of bringing in Gordy's Marine to just keep adding to the mixed use of the downtown of Oconomowoc. I think the building has been kind of underused previously, and I think the current applicant is going to do a good job by bringing in a new business to the area and kind of promote the Lake Country in the area that, you know, people in Oconomowoc thrive on in the summer with always being boating activities. And I think it'd be really cool for someone to be able to walk downtown and look and shop for a boat and go grab a bite to eat and just have that whole experience in Oconomowoc and kind of emphasize our ability to have all these lakes and use them. So I'm in favor for Gordy's Marine, and I think they're going to do a great job.
Thank you. I have another Tom. I can't pronounce the last name. Pronounce your name and your address, please.
Tom Wool, 510 Mohegan Way in Fontana, Wisconsin. Gordy was my grandfather and started our business 65 summers ago down in Lake Geneva. And my brother and I are fortunate to have the opportunity to grow the business. And you know, we would love for your approval to come here to this beautiful community and operate our successful business here with quality product, Cobalt Boats, and quality service, which we've built our whole reputation on for many, many years. And just continue the tradition, and really we think it'd be a good fit for the community and that location in many ways. So we're hopeful for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Abruzzo.
Good evening, Joe Abruzzo, 111 East Wisconsin Avenue, Milwaukee. I'm an attorney. I represent First Bank Financial Center, who is the abutting property owner here. I know you guys have received my letters that were sent to the Plan Commission in the past, and we've heard some people talk, and we look at these standards. I just want to make it clear, we got no problem with the business. We have no problem with Gordy's, the building. We think that it would be a benefit, but we do take a big issue with one thing, and that's number 4 on that list, the delivery plan, which I'll use interchangeably, delivery and loading plan. Jason, am I allowed to go through some of the slides that you had up previously? Okay, so we look up here. I think one thing that needs to be clear, that trapezoid parcel that you see on the top is not the parcel that gave the easement to the property in question. It's the parcel on the left. So when we look here, this area right here, this 20 feet, is the sole 20 feet that these boat deliveries are going to go through. That's where the easement is. They have stated to you on multiple occasions that these are going to be 40 to 45 feet long, a truck with a trailer and a boat, and they're going to back them in. I don't know how you can do a Y-turn or a U-turn or whatever with a 45-foot vehicle and stay within a 20-foot wide easement. Their plan is not feasible. It's not possible. That is our issue. It's not that we don't like the business. It's that they are asking for a plan that has a loading zone and a delivery zone that is going to violate our easement. The parking easement, you can see the parking there. We don't dispute that they have the right to park there, but it's not an exclusive right. They don't have the ability to force other vehicles out of there. So if there's a vehicle parked right here, it is not possible to get the boat through. And if you grant this plan, it's going to be chaos. I can tell you right now that the bank, which now owns both these parcels, is going to protect its property and property rights. So on this trapezoid parcel, the bank is going to put parking bollards up, like you see at a Pick and Save or a Walmart, to stop traffic from going through there. They will not be violating our easement rights, and if you grant this, you're giving them the go-ahead to do so because that's what their plan is asking for. We are gonna go with a 45-foot Y-turn out of the easement and come back in. That's not what the city should do, and that's why you have a standard for conditional use that we review loading, unloading. We tried to work with them, and that's why we gave you the wish list. Said, we know you're gonna violate this, but if you do it before 6:30 a.m. They said no. They don't wanna do that, deny their permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on this public hearing? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing, move on to regular business. Next item is approval of the meeting minutes from the October 1st, 2019 meeting. We need a motion to approve the minutes. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes passed. Next item is comments and suggestions from citizens. As you can see, I have a pretty good stack of cards here. This is where you can speak on any subject. Again, please limit your time to 3 minutes, and I will be stopping you at 3 minutes. State your name and address, and speak on the subject. Please do not repeat what someone else has already said. Floss Whalen.
I'm speaking in favor of keeping the dispatch center here at home. I'm very proud to be part of a public power community where the electric utility is our own. And what I like best about it, when there is a power outage, which is not very often, I know the crews are going to be right there. Because unlike We Energies or one of the other utilities, they don't have to go to New Berlin or Waukesha or somewhere else. They're just taking care of Oconomowoc. I feel the very same way about our dispatch center. They are taking care of us. We all know that the number of extreme weather events is increasing both in number and intensity. There will be more storms, floods, et cetera, rolling through Waukesha County. So I think the dispatch center here is more important than ever because we want to know when those emergency calls come in that our dispatch center is taking care of us and isn't taking care of Waukesha and New Berlin and Brookfield first because they're bigger and more important. I know it's going to cost more. It's been estimated at, I think, $5 on the average property tax bill. I just want to point out that lives are at stake here, and I don't know how we put a price on life, quite frankly. I'm willing to pay that extra $5 or $10 or $20 a year. Our local emergency dispatchers have served us extraordinarily well. They should continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. If we want to get everybody in, we're going to have to just let them talk. Paul Fix?
Paul Fix, 459 River Bluff Circle. Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak. I echo many of the things that she had to say. You cannot put a price on public safety. My understanding is that our dispatchers live here. They do ride-alongs with the police. They know the community. They know the streets. So whether it's $5 or $7 extra a year, I'm willing to pay that for my my self-confidence, my safety. I don't want that to go away. I don't want it to be out in Waukesha. I want it to stay here. So please vote that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany Cole.
Tiffany Cole, 982 Spring Waters Drive. First, I'm glad to see Century Building is finally being used, and with that, I'm in favor of keeping dispatch local. How many of us have gone to Fresh Baked and had a croissant? We've gone and met friends at Wheelan's or Roots. We've bought appliances at Radke's, flowers from Roadies, had our vehicles worked on at local automotive shops, or bought gifts at one of the downtown businesses. Pretty sure most of us have, and why do we do that? We do that to support and invest in our local, quality community businesses that make our city unique and great. Our dispatch center is just yet another one of those services that has served the citizens for over 30 years. There's an average of $5 per year difference in an home for taxes versus going over to the county. That's less than a croissant's worth of taxes versus, less than a croissant's worth of taxes for a quality community service that the dispatch center provides to the officers and citizens. I too am willing to pay that. Oconomowoc has 1 to 2 dispatchers working at a time dedicated to the citizens and the police department, compared to Waukesha County only having 5 police radio channels for 19 police departments and 1 fire radio channel for 22 fire departments. That's according to the Waukesha County Communications website as of today's date. Transitioning to Waukesha County would mean having to share the radio with 8 other police departments. How is that a benefit to our officers and citizens? According to the County Emergency Preparedness 2020 budget PowerPoint, they do not appear to have been fully staffed in at least the last 4 years. They have a high turnover rate, and it is an almost constant state of hiring and training. 2016, they hired 12, parted ways with 11. 2017, they hired 16, parted ways with 14. 2018, hired 11, parted ways with 7. And in 2019, they hired 18 and have already parted ways with 5. That doesn't even begin to address how much the county pays in overtime to fill these vacancies, when one county dispatcher alone worked over 640 hours of overtime. But it makes me question, why is there such a high turnover rate? The last time the city of Oconomowoc had a full-scale hiring process for a full-time dispatcher was about 9 years ago. That is something we should all be very proud of. Because of the longevity of the city dispatchers, they know the geography, they know the ordinances, they know how the city operates, and they know the citizens and their unique situations. So when someone calls and says, I'm by the old Red and Bunnies, or I'm at the gas station by Stein's, or I'm by the old St. Matthews, they know where they're talking about. You don't have to ask additional questions because they know the city. That knowledge and experience cannot be replaced.
Please wrap up.
I'm wrapping. So just a couple quotes from the July 17th, 2018 meeting when the resolution to continue use of the police dispatch center was approved by this council 8-0. We commit to our citizens their safety and their well-being, and I think that is a small price to pay. And as we heard from a lot of citizens tonight, they are willing to pay that. Alderman Spiegelberg. We're double paying, but the value that offsets that, to me, is kind of a no-brainer. We're going to provide a greater level of safety to our police force and our citizens. That's our obligation. Alderman Kowalewski. You initially voted 8-0 to keep these services. Let's not forget why. Thank you.
Sean Kersey.
Good evening, Sean Kersey, 1310 Memorial Lane East. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. I just wanted to say the same thing. I appreciate the Oconomowoc community. I appreciate the dispatch, and I think it'd be great to keep the dispatch going, not only just for the community, but also the safety of the members who live in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Drew Starch.
Drew Starch, 1274 Memorial Lane East in Oconomowoc. My name is Drew Starch. I've been a city resident for almost 8 years. I'm a firm supporter of keeping our own city dispatch. As you've heard and will continue to hear, the benefits of keeping our own city dispatch outweigh the small potential of a long-term cost savings. If we contract our city dispatch center, we lose local control of how our city operates and most importantly, how our police department operates. Yes, we would have a seat at the WCC table, but it would only be one seat potentially outweighed by many. The WCC is predominantly controlled by the Sheriff's Department, which in my personal opinion is very understaffed. I'm a firm supporter of more law enforcement and first responder resources and staff at all levels of the government. Due to my involvement in the first responder field, I listen to the WCC channels daily. Their operations may sound picture perfect, but like everything, it's not without fault. I observed firsthand numerous occasions where the WCC has been overwhelmed by calls and in return has delayed communications to municipalities. A common example is a report of a drunk driver putting the public's safety at risk. But due to being overwhelmed, the call to a local municipality can be delayed by 10+ minutes. If this example occurred in the city of Oconomowoc, the drunk driver could have harmed the public or be out of the city's jurisdiction before action could be taken. Another fault I hear regularly is the Sheriff's Department using municipalities to respond to their calls due to their unavailability. An example I hear often is our adjacent municipalities responding to calls on I-94 outside of their jurisdiction being dispatched by the WCC. I also regularly hear the Sheriff's Department's municipal contracted squads getting permission to respond to calls outside of their municipalities through the WCC. As much as I support law enforcement, I don't want to see our city law enforcement resources used as an extension of the Sheriff's Department, as I've seen regularly elsewhere in this county. As I've stated, I'm a firm believer in more resources for all first responder agencies. With this potential move, I feel our city would be taking a step back, not only for first responders, but for all of our city operations, as our dispatch center does so much more. I do not want to put my family's or my friends' safety in jeopardy. In the first responder world, seconds do matter. I would gladly pay the extra quoted $5+ to keep our own city dispatched, even $100. If the WCC option works it does work for some small municipalities, but not for our growing and reputable community. I moved to this city for many good reasons, so let's keep it that way. This is how I feel of the situation as a city resident. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hillary McNamee? Hillary McNamee?
Hillary McManama, 776 Summit Avenue. My husband and I moved here about a month ago, and we moved from Watertown, which has its own dispatch center. And we have seen firsthand how essential the dispatch center is in your first response. And they're an essential part of your emergency response. They need to be kept local. We have local citizens that are working the dispatch center, and we need to support them. We need to keep it in the community, and as it's already been stated, it's a small expense for a huge gain. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia Meyer?
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Marcia Meyer, W2833 Roosevelt Road, Ixonia. I'm an Oconomowoc native, born and raised. I'm also a former dispatcher of this big, beautiful city of Oconomowoc. I look around at my fellow friends and family who are sitting here who need to be safe. I look at my dispatch friends who work tirelessly to keep this community running. I don't know if you have ever experienced the job of a dispatcher. I work healthcare, and sometimes we're referred to as angels. I can tell you the dispatchers in the city of Oconomowoc, they are the silent heroes, and they are the angels behind the waves. It's not just a career choice, it's a way of life. And for over 30 years, this community has maintained its own dispatch center. We have the infrastructure here in the city of Oconomowoc. We have the power, we have the money. It might look bright and beautiful to hand it over to somebody else. My husband serves as a board member in another community who's struggling with the same type of thing, and I can tell you firsthand, it's not as it appears after the fact. Please don't hand over this big, beautiful community to WCC. Keep Oconomowoc local. The people deserve it, the officers deserve it, and the $5, $10, or $50 is a very small price to pay if it's your family or loved one. Thank you.
Thank you. We won't be calling anybody if we keep clapping. Shannon Lincoln?
Shannon Lincoln, 334 West 2nd Street. I am also in favor of keeping the dispatch local. Born and raised Waukesha. There's a reason I moved here, so number one. Our population has significantly increased, and many businesses have made their way into our city. When I heard last year that our aldermen unanimously chose to keep our dispatch center within our community, I felt proud. Good for them, I thought, to keep these jobs in our community, to put the safety of our community first, and use their seat to represent the voice of their constituents, because some things just shouldn't be outsourced. Our police department and dispatchers provide excellent service to our community, and they are the ones who know how to keep us safe. The fact that we are here now even discussing this again is absurd. This should be something that the community must not fight to keep. We should not have to be here tonight begging you to hear our voices, to put our safety first, and to keep this within our community. Since 1875, 144 years, we have staffed our city 24/7 with professionals in public safety. These police officers have degrees, military experience, they have training every year, continuously increasing their knowledge on how to keep us safe. A critical piece to this discussion is that our police officers not only have the knowledge on how to protect citizens in every city, but they spend every day learning how best to protect the people in our city. The cost of a cup of coffee is not worth everything that losing our dispatch will result in. To the parents, our dispatchers train with our officers during their school shooter trainings. They know what to expect in those situations, how to handle them, what our officers will be doing if it should ever occur. That training and investment in our community will not come with this switch, and it is not worth an average of $5 a year for our dispatchers. As a new mom and somebody that moved here, I value this small community. It's a small price to pay, that it could shave seconds off of a call that would save my baby's life. My brother is an officer. It would protect my brother. I absolutely do not want this to be outsourced. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Todd Waymeyer?
Todd Waymeyer, 1525 South Silver Lake Street. I agree with everything everyone has said so far, but I am here on behalf of my sister, Mary Onstead, who is unable to be here tonight. And she asked me to read this to you. Good evening, Mayor Nold and council members. These last few weeks, I've gone door to door petitioning support for keeping the dispatch funding for 2020. Within your 4 districts, I found a very healthy community, diverse, approachable, visible, and respectful. People I consider as your constituents, I now call them my new neighbors. Only a handful did not agree with the petition, while others wanted to fact find first. But here are over 300 signatures that merit your attention, 300 voices asking you to overturn last month's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you bring them up here? Great, thank you. You don't want these, right? Yep. Sally Ketzel?
Hi, I'm Sally Kepsel, 715 West Wisconsin Avenue. I am for the dispatch center for one reason. We have neighbors behind us who have 6 adopted children who all have disabilities, and not believing anything that could possibly happen has happened to them. They had a child choking within a minute. They had the dispatch, had the ambulance there, and they were on their way to Children's Hospital to save this child's life. Another big thing, I ran across a lot of people saying, we aren't gonna pay for this. Why should we pay extra for this? We have to update it. Well, why did we pay over $1 million to put take Fongs and then all of a sudden knock it down and have a green space, that's not right either. But I think it's very important to keep our dispatch center all the way around. This means our town. I had a nurse tell me yesterday in Brookfield, you are so lucky that you have it and you keep it in Oconomowoc. I agree. This is a very important thing to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Halverson.
Larry Halverson, I'm at 1242 Wisconsin Avenue here in Oconomowoc. I'm going to be a contrarian to what everybody is saying. I am not in favor of keeping the dispatch here. We are already paying for this service through our county taxes. They have state-of-the-art equipment, which we don't have, which we're going to have to buy, spend $500 and some thousand for it to get. And as I understand it, all 911 calls currently go to the WCC anyway. They do not come to your dispatch directly.
We'll talk
To the
about-
cell phone. I think they all go to the WCC. And I believe also that our fire department uses WCC as their dispatch. So we're talking, one of the ladies here mentioned the ambulances. That had to have been dispatched by WCC. They wanted the quick response. And I'd be very surprised if the people sitting in here have not been told, always pick up the phone and call 911. If you got a cell phone, you call 911. You're not going to get to the city dispatch here. You're going to get WCC, who's going to then transfer it over here. So I would like to see the rescind this order for equipment and move the dispatch to WCC. One other topic, the water utility. I'm having a really hard time understanding how the water utility can recommend the highest price bidder for work on the new well. I'm assuming that all three bidders are qualified because I did not see any comment that would have thrown any of the bidders out as unqualified. The evaluators, for some reason, determined that a bid 32% higher than the low bid, which was $55,700 more expensive, would be recommended as part of something called their QBS system. Based on what I see, I believe the QBS system may be incorrectly used by the evaluators. It's hard to believe that we can justify spending 32% more based on some arbitrary assignment of values done by different people at different times. I believe the recommendation should be reversed and the low bid accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Rollins.
Hi, my name is Michelle Rollins. I live at 233 West Wisconsin. I am the daughter of a retired police chief and a former dispatcher myself, working for Lake Area Communications back in the early 90s. I've lived here for over 40 years, and this city is my home. Our dispatchers save lives, they keep our officers calm in dangerous situations, and handle multiple emergencies at once. In our most vulnerable moments, we need local dispatchers that know this city, that know our police and fire personnel. We are talking about seconds. Every single second matters, and the proposed cost savings is null compared to the numerous life-saving support that our dispatchers provide. This city is growing, whether some of us like it or not, and to me, that gives even more justification for keeping our emergency dispatch service within our community and not outsource it to a large county center with a well-known high turnover rate and traffic volume. Our lives depend on these people to take care of us in the most important seconds of our lives. For the cost of a coffee, we cannot seriously be thinking of losing those seconds at the expense of any resident or visitor. And for that cost of a coffee, I will pay his share. Please vote to keep our dispatchers here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Nelson.
Hello, my name is Mike Nelson. I live at 3740 North Southwood Drive in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin is my address. I'm here because probably most of you know that our subdivision, which has 17 homes, is going to be annexed the first of the year. We are all happy to become part of Oconomowoc. That is not why I'm here. The reason I'm here, and most of my neighbors here are here also, is that we're being asked to change our address, not the street, but our house number. And we were wondering, why do we have to change our house number? So I called the city planner, it was referred to the police department, and I was told it's because of our emergency system, our 911 system. And it's a company out in Omaha that assigns the emergency numbers, how it works. And they told me you can have any address you want. It doesn't matter what address you have. We get you there just as quick as possible. It doesn't matter. Came back to the police department. They said, well, it's because you have a Summit address. We have to change it to an Oconomowoc address. The Summit address, we don't have the north numbers and the west numbers. We have 4 digits just like Oconomowoc has in that part of town. The only difference we have is that the sequence is a little higher than what we have right now. But I was found out from the 911 system, it doesn't matter to get you to our house. It's no quicker. It's a great inconvenience for everybody to change their address. There's so many things now we have to go through to change it. We have 2 or 3 homes that have engraved stone pillars that they have to change. Of course, they won't change those. It's too expensive. So when the ambulance comes to the house, they can't find the house number because the wrong numbers will be on the pillars. It's just, we don't see it making sense. We don't see it being necessary to do that. Oconomowoc is our address. I live at 54911 Oconomowoc. There's no difference. We feel it should all be the same, so please consider that. Thank you.
Carlette? You can say your last name.
It's Colette Wrzeski. I've worked for the city of Oconomowoc
You want
Police.
to give your address
Oh,
too?
sorry. W205 Thompson Circle. I've worked for the city of Oconomowoc Police Department for 18 years. I have been blessed to work for a department that takes great pride in the community and the level of service that they provide to the citizens of Oconomowoc. We are more than just dispatchers for the community. We assist many departments in the city, especially after hours, with questions or getting city service help that they may need. We know the community, we know many of the citizens personally and many of the businesses and their owners. My children grew up here and went to school here, and I believe with at least some of your children. We are personally connected to Oconomowoc. We know our officers personally. We know their spouses, their children, their parents, and even their extended families. We know what every tone of their voice indicates. We can talk to residents that tell us names of family or property or former businesses and know exactly what they are referring to. We have lived here or been here a long time. We are dedicated and committed to Oconomowoc and the Oconomowoc Police Department. I believe our history shows the service we have always provided this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Noon?
Thank you. My name is Rochelle Noon. I live at 231 North Fowler Street. Good evening to you all, and thank you for letting us speak. I am speaking in support of the Oconomowoc Dispatch. I recently had an opportunity to meet with everybody. I came from Milwaukee County, and I worked in the court system there. And 911 is a different thing, so is the city of Milwaukee. And what I was impressed with speaking with various neighbors and customers, I now work at Pick and Save, they just really appreciated all the work that the men and women of the police department do and the dispatch offices as well. I think with the latest things that had happened with our city's officers in Milwaukee, dispatch is a difficult job, and with the deaths of the officers that had happened over the last year, having a dispatch team that work well with each other, as Colette had spoken about, they know the officers, they've got their support, they know the citizens, they know the layout of the city. I think it's a tremendous asset to a city like Oconomowoc that we just need to keep it here. I really hope you'll reconsider. I hope that you support the men and women that make this department great. And I think we should just keep it all in here. And like they said, Oconomowoc's growing. We're gonna need people that stick together, and these people know their jobs. They love their law enforcement loves them. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Kim Italiano?
Good evening. My name is Kim Italiano. I live at 608 South 10th Street in Watertown. I am a police and fire dispatcher currently employed with the City of Oconomowoc. I have been in this line of work for about 28 years. Not only am I third-generation law enforcement, I am the third generation of my family to work at this police department. My grandpa retired as chief of police in 1974, and my dad retired as corporal in 1983. In the interest of full disclosure, my daughter is Rachel Italiano, the administrator of the Facebook group called Save Oconomowoc Dispatch. In keeping with city policy, please know that this statement is my personal opinion. I stand before you tonight to verbalize how worthwhile our local dispatch center is. Do we duplicate services found at other dispatch centers? Absolutely. But dispatch is more than answering phones. It is more than clicking the microphone to talk to an officer. Having our own local dispatch center allows us to concentrate our efforts within our own community. We stay connected to our community and all it has to offer. We take pride in knowing that we are helping not just any citizen, but someone who lives and plays where we work. We have developed relationships with our citizens, our businesses, and with leaders of our community. We expend time and energy not just in the dispatch center answering calls, but also making every effort to get out into our community, to meet and greet, whether it's a school visit, handing out treats, or presenting our newest program about suicide awareness. Our dispatch center provides a unique and personal service to our city. Outsourcing these services would be a great disservice to our city and to our officers. Physical distance from the community would negatively impact our ability to help foster community policing. Oconomowoc is a community that continues to grow. New buildings are going up at a fast pace. The police department is growing along with the city. Officers want the security of knowing that their police department has its own dispatch center to grow alongside them. This is the security that this dispatch center provides, whether the officers are on patrol, booking a prisoner in the department, or chasing a suspect on foot. Every dispatcher's #1 priority is to make sure our officers go home safely at the end of their shift to their families, and we are no different. Being local allows us to develop a more personal relationship with our officers. We see them every day face to face. They are not just a voice on the radio. Because we work together closely on a daily basis, I can hear immediately when an officer is under duress just from the tone of their voice. We work together as a team. We are assigned specific shifts and are on these shifts often for years at a time. We build relationships and friendships, which in turn enable us to work extremely well together, even under immense pressure. My words tonight are not directed just to you, the City Council, but to everyone in this room and beyond. I want Oconomowoc citizens to know how strongly I believe in this dispatch center and its value to this community. Our local dispatch center needs to stay right here. There is no price that can be put on the safety of our officers and our community. I am here to tell you that this dispatch center always has been and will continue to be committed to providing the peace of mind that comes with knowing that we are right here in the heart of our community, providing for the safety of you, your families, and our officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Mamro?
Good evening. My name is Amy Mamro. I live at 737 State Street. I grew up in Iron Ridge, Wisconsin, and in our living room hung a red fire phone. And when the fire phone rang, my father would motion to me to run down the street to pull the fire alarm. That was before dispatch. And a couple times I was a little too short, so it took a little longer. But that was before dispatch, before beepers, before anything. Living in this town, the dispatch center gives me 3 things: trust, confidence, and security. I've never had to call 911, but if somebody in my household was having a life-threatening emergency, I'd want to know that the other person on the end of the other line, to them I wasn't a random person across the county in a random street. I want to know that that person answering the phone was taking care of me like they take care of their community, their neighbors, their family, and their friends. I strongly feel that we need to keep that here in Oconomowoc. Let's not go back to the days of the fire phone.
Thank you. Jeff Schmidt?
Jeff Schmidt, 746 Polk Street. Most of you know my position from when I was an alderman, so I'm not going to go through my aldermanic speech tonight. I think you've all heard that often enough. But during my time on council, we did have a chance to vote for dispatch several times. And we had reasons for always voting to keep it. Those reasons haven't changed. Before that, I spent over 28 years with the police department. Many of those years were in positions where I was an incident commander on site, or I watched other incident commanders on sites of things such as the church explosion, various fires, certain SWAT calls. And in all those situations, our dispatchers handled not only what the police and fire needed, but they also handled everything that we needed from the DPW, from utilities, and those are things that were handled seamlessly. They did a great job with it. That's something that I don't want to see us give up. I don't want to see us give up the level of service in the city of Oconomowoc for $5 a year. I don't want to see it happen for $100 a year. But going back to everything that they provide, not only to the police department, but to the community when it comes to anybody at any time calling and asking about anything from refuse pickup to how do I get my power turned back on or whatever, that all goes through our dispatch center. Those are things that we're going to lose or that we're going to be much less efficient at. So I'm asking you as a retired person on a fixed income now to please spend my money and keep the dispatch center in the city of Oconomowoc. Thank you.
Thank you. Roland? I can't pronounce the last, it looks like Delbecca. Well, there's only, or Ronald, I'm sorry, Ronald. I said it wrong.
Ronald De La Becca.
Delbecca.
You guys planned him before me?
Yeah. Never thought of that.
Okay, well, him coming up here, I think he should be more certain and have, than a lot of I believe and thinks when you're dealing with other people's lives. I'm originally from Los Angeles and lived there for 23 years. I've lived here now for going on 23 years, so it's half and half. I had an incident over a few years back over by the old Radio Shack where I seen a guy come up and he's sitting there and he's looking around, scoping the place, and he sits back and he pulls out a sign, "Anything will help." I could see he was a crackhead on drugs. I've been around it most of my life, living in Los Angeles. I called the city police department, and I said, "Hey, is there a law against somebody panhandling out there?" They said, "Yes, we have a city ordinance for that." Within 90 seconds, I seen the guy picked up. If that didn't happen, there would have been another one by Quick Trip and another one coming in town, and then you would have had Tent City over there by McDonald's by Pick and Save underneath the bridge over there. If that would have went out to Waukesha, I believe it would have been, "Oh, it's a non-emergency." Then you would have had more people here, which I believe is a big problem. I think that living here in Oconomowoc, we all love her. It's we're married to her, I would imagine. I believe you guys on the committee are married to her. I don't think that our wife is up for sale, or your husband, however it may be. I think right now we're building the buggy, but selling the horse. And I think, I don't think it's about dollars here. I think it's more about cents, and that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Nicole Italiano?
Good evening. My name is Nicole Italiano. I live at 608 South 10th Street in Watertown. So I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself and my sister Rachel, who couldn't be here tonight. And we're all here today because of a $5 cost difference. That's what we're arguing over. The cost difference to keep Oconomowoc dispatch versus outsourcing is only $5. So up until a few years ago, me and my family also lived in Oconomowoc. A huge part of our lives still happens in the confines of the city, and we feel very passionate about keeping the community safe. The fact that her mom is a city dispatcher is only one of the many reasons we feel so strongly about keeping Oconomowoc Dispatch. So losing the dispatch center is a disservice to the community. So first of all, you're losing the personalized service. The dispatchers who work here know the community backwards and forwards. Many have grown up or lived here in the specific part of Waukesha County for years. Second of all, Oconomowoc is growing and needs its own dispatch center to grow along with it. Outsourcing services stunts the growth of public safety. Third, dispatchers have a community presence. They know the callers and their backgrounds. So why are we arguing over something that our police department is recommending to keep? Also, officer safety is a huge thing you need to consider when looking at your dispatch center. Physical distance from officers is not good and will not keep them safe. The dispatchers who work here currently know the officers' voices and can tell when something is wrong. They're able to monitor the officers. Additionally, they have strong relationships with the officers, so it's much smoother and more efficient for the working environment. Keeping Oconomowoc Dispatch is more than worth the $5 cost difference. Please do not let such a valuable community resource slip away. Thank you.
Thank you. Taylor?
Taylor Zychik, 1081 Regent Road. I am a police officer for the Village of McWanago, so we have our own dispatch center ourselves. One of our dispatchers is sitting in the audience right now. I'm speaking for keeping it just under the fact of efficiency. I've been a part of numerous traffic stops, citations, arrests, to where I only conducted those traffic stops was because I was listening to WCC's radio where they said transfer to the Village of McWanago, but they didn't call us until 10, 15, 20 minutes later, to where that person would have either been out of our area or at their house. I mostly speak in regards to reckless drivers and drunk driving. But also, I want to just kind of say that it just makes it easier because a lot of times the dispatchers care about the community just as much as the officers. I can't tell you the amount of times that our dispatcher, Cindy Wellman, has helped me during my training period. The other dispatchers help me. They know the ordinances, so when I'm learning those, I can talk with them. They care about the community. They always want to make sure that it is efficient and safe as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Persick?
I'm Jill Persick, 701 York Imperial Drive in Oconomowoc. First, it's great to hear that you're putting together a technology committee, and I look forward to hearing about it tonight. And I'm hoping you'll have representation from the community, like residents that are on that committee. As you know, I'm against 5G wireless technology because of the health risks and privacy concerns and the industry monetizing the collection of our data. And I just wanted you to know that there have been lots and lots of examples of communities and states that are impacting federal efforts regarding wireless technology. For example, and I'll just cite a few, Oregon just passed a state bill with grassroots support. It's Senate Bill 283, and it's a bill relating to exposure of wireless radiation in schools and declaring an emergency. And the Greenbelt Maryland City Council voted unanimously to alert citizens about the fine print warnings and possible health risks of cell phones and wireless devices. And in July this year, landmark Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld the City of Berkeley's cell phone right to know ordinance, requiring retailers to inform consumers on the risks of wireless radiation in phone use. There are lots of cities in California that are working on strengthening their cell tower ordinances. And in May of last year, Verizon was forced to withdraw its application to build 2 small cell towers in Sebastopol after 4 months of heavy opposition by residents. So there's there's lots of things city leaders and residents can do, and I really urge you as our leaders to be doing the same for our sake. And I'll be following up and giving you an email with some links so that you have all this information. Finally, I spoke to someone at US Cellular at our local office recently, and he told me it was useless to be protesting 5G since he said it's already set up and ready to go in Oconomowoc. So, but I got really confused at that, and I haven't really sorted it out. I haven't seen applications, being, application notices, so I'm wondering what's happening. And I know currently Jason Gallo, who's previously sided with the wireless industry publicly, he stated that there is only a perceived health risk with 5G. He gets to approve US Cellular's increase, I think, to 5G without bringing it to the Plan Committee or the Common Council because it's only an add-on to the current tower site. I mean, I'm wondering if that's the case or not, and I'm looking for an answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Berghofer.
Hello there, Dan Berghofer, 3945 North Southwood Drive, Village of Summit, to be changed to 1317 Southwood Drive, City of Oconomowoc as of January 1st. I'm here with some of my neighbors. This was brought up to me in recent past with one of my neighbors about the consultation he's had with city planner, the company that administrates the addresses, and emergency service response was basically the reason they were looking for the change. Retired firefighter, 33 years, City of Waukesha as a supervisor, presently a EMS instructor at WCTC. So yesterday, I consulted Western Lakes Fire Department. The station's about 3/4 of a mile from Southwood Drive. 2 of the 3 people on duty didn't even know where Southwood Drive was. It's not unusual. Don't be alarmed. There are many streets in the City of Waukesha that I would really have to look. If anybody's driven through Waukesha, you scratch your head a little bit. Addresses are goofy. We figure out how to get there. We have great technology. We have technology in this room. Fire apparatus, they have computers right on the front page. Nowadays, everybody carries their cell phone with them. When a call comes in, cell phones alert, hey, I'm on engine 3 today. You have a call right now to 3945 Southwood Drive. Push the button, it gives me turn-by-turn directions. We don't need to have an address change for emergency response unless we're using a grid system. Grid systems is what we were told is we need to be consistent with a grid system. A grid system is a north and a south, or an east and a west type grid. West 304, north 1642, for example. It gives us sort of a coordinate where we can get. That's not the case with the address change we're looking on Southwood Drive. We're looking at a little bit of an inconvenience. I think, personally, I'm looking at an inconvenience. My neighbors are looking at the same thing. It doesn't really impact emergency response nowadays. Nowadays, we have great technologies that help the providers. Even if they don't know where Southwood Drive is, I'll bet you they would have got to my house the same amount of time as the rig that knew where Southwood was. So I'm speaking with that concern. The biggest thing that we really look at is odd number, even number, the last digit on an address. My address is 3945. That says that it's on the west side of Southwood Drive. It's going to be changed to 1317, proposedly. It's also on the west side. I don't see the need to change all 4 digits. Let's leave it where it is. If you guys could take that under advisement, and hopefully we can maintain our addresses and alleviate a lot of hassle for myself and all of my neighbors. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Ken Harrow. Back there.
He's here. Hello, council members and the public of Oconomowoc. It's great to see everyone here. The county began in 2001 to talk about consolidation. They negotiated for 2 or 3 years. You remember, Charlie? They worked with everyone in the county, including the city of Oconomowoc. The chief then, Hugh Martin, felt it wasn't appropriate at that time in 2003 to go to consolidated dispatch. He wanted a little more time for it to mature and become safer. So it began in 2004. So here we are in 2019. They've doubled the size of the building. All the equipment is state-of-the-art. Yes, I can confirm, if I call 911 right now about a problem in this room, it first goes to the county. The county then calls the city. If you're concerned about safety, are you less concerned about having the emergency vehicle that comes to your house? Well, failure of the word right now. But Western Lakes Fire Department does not use Oconomowoc Dispatch. If you call on your cell phone 911 to get Western Lakes, the emergency vehicle to your home, the county dispatches it, not the city. The fire department went to the county. Why is the police department only remaining? In your debate tonight, I think you should be honest with the public and talk about how many calls went to the county for the fire department and how many of those calls were dropped or messed up or 10 minutes went by before the emergency vehicle got to the home. I mean, let's hear the actual data. Let's hear the data of people calling 911 on their cell phones for a police department and the delay it takes for it to go to the county and then come back. The fact is, the only calls that come to the city on 911 are made with the phone and the copper landline. It's outdated. City after city, the big cities, they have done this. This is technology that isn't cutting edge. Now let me say, I'm a fan of Oconomowoc's dispatch. I could joke around with them. I once had a very difficult neighbor, and they knew my address because of my neighbor, which I very much appreciated. But we're going to build a minimum of a $10 million police station. That's a big fee. Sometimes when you, and all of you are citing Oconomowoc's growing, absolutely. And when it grows, there's more responsibilities, and we have to pay for those responsibilities. And that's why when you embrace a $10 million obligation like a police department, you have to give up something else. You're not going to give up safety because the city of Brookfield has people that care just as much as you do. And the city of New Berlin and all the other, 70%? What is it? Do you guys all know? You should know.
Please wrap up.
You're going to make
We're
the
past 3
decision.
minutes.
Do you know the facts? But there's a lot of misinformation tonight, and it's really tragic to see that.
Are there any other comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to regular business. First item tonight is the consent agenda. Tonight we have 3 items on the consent agenda, so we need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
Any questions? Seeing none, call the roll, please.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Zwart.
Aye.
Alderman Stray.
Aye.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Shaw.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to finance. First item is consider act on an ordinance to amend section 27.09, paren 1A, table 1, 9B and C table, 10B and C table, 12B2 and 3 table of the City of Oconomowoc Municipal Code relating to impact fees. I would like to give the ordinance its first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Lori?
Thank you. The ordinance change in front of you tonight is our annual update to our impact fees for inflationary purposes. Our impact fees are updated using either the CCI or Construction Cost Index or follow the state LGIP plan. So for 2020, the CCI index is at 1.26%, and the LGIP rate is at 2.36%. We're updating our impact fees accordingly.
Thank you. Questions? We have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Schwartz.
Aye.
Alderman Stray.
Aye.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Shaw.
Aye.
Without objection, we'll waive the second reading. Ordinance.
So moved.
You don't have to move.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we're set. Next item, consider acting on ordinance to amend sections 13.62, paren 3, paren A, 1, table 1 of the City of Oconomowoc Municipal Code relating to sewer availability charges. We need a motion to give the ordinance its first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Lori?
This is a similar change that we do on an annual basis. The sewer availability charge is increased by the construction cost index, again, at 1.26%.
Questions? We did discuss this in committee, so it's not just, okay. Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Call the roll.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Schwartz.
Aye.
Alderman Stray.
Aye.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Shaw.
Aye.
Without objection, we'll waive the second reading. Next item, Utility Committee, consider acting on a resolution awarding contract for engineering design services for well number 8 pumping station. We need a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Come on up.
Good evening. Before you tonight is the consider act on the acceptance of a proposal for design-only services for our well 8 pump station. We followed the city's QBS process. We had 14 bidders take out plans. We had 3 actual bids. We had staff evaluation and scored each proposal. We brought it to Utility Committee, and staff and Utility Committee are recommending acceptance of the Strand Associate proposal in the amount of $230,200. Any questions?
Questions? Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I think one of the folks here tonight commented on this, and I think I got an email on it as well. There's a significant cost difference there. I mean, we're talking $60,000 between the low bid and the high bid. And if they got to this stage, is my understanding in the QBS process, they're still a qualified bidder. They still met our minimum qualifications, right? They weren't rejected. Sometimes they get rejected, right?
Yeah, Applied to Technologies actually should have been rejected, or we shouldn't have opened the price because they didn't meet the 80% or the.
So they need to get to 80% before they even get opened. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And why would we not go with Baxter and Woodman then at the very least? Because that saves us $21,000.
No, that's a great question. Part of the new council edict is the separation of design and construction administration.
What does this have to do with separation of design and construction?
Their bid specifically, what we asked them to do as design engineers was to be around for the construction and to answer questions all through construction. They specifically said, here's our price, but we'll negotiate the rest of it.
Who said that?
Baxter Woodman.
What about Strand and Associates?
They did not.
So they said they would give you a combined cost?
They gave us a lump sum not to exceed. They understood the scope. They understood the complexity of the split between the design and the construction administration.
What about Applied Technologies? Would they have done everything like we asked them to do?
No.
They weren't willing to split services?
No.
So that, and this is a little confusing. So the 174.5 did not include the construction management, or did it include the construction management?
None of those included the construction administration.
So why does this have anything to do with our split recent of design and construction management?
So what we asked the design engineer to do is, right, it's their design, so somebody else is gonna watch it be built.
Right.
They've gotta be around and answer their questions for the whole construction period. So Strand put a cost to that. They estimated hours to that. They put a narrative and explained that complexity of this is a different way of doing it, and the other two didn't. And Baxter Woodman specifically said, here's our price, but it'll cost more, we'll negotiate that. And that, it's a not to exceed lump sum with no negotiation.
Charlie?
So the two lower ones did not have the, or wouldn't bid a cost not to exceed?
Correct.
Okay.
That's
Tom?
not what I'm hearing from him.
So the Strand Theater, well, never mind, that was down the street. But the $230, you said that's etched in stone, right? It's no 10% over, because I think you just said that that's what they're gonna be.
Correct, yeah, we're not asking for a 10% contingency.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Lou.
Historically, on a bid like this, let's say it were to come in at, just for ease of number, $100,000, and there were to be questions later on, potential overages, what would be the typical overage associated with this if it was not in this format of a not to exceed?
Like,
Historically, we've done these types of projects before.
we haven't drilled a well since 1995. I can't answer that.
So, I guess what I'm looking to make sure is that ultimately we've taken some of the guessing out of the time spent and potential overages to a base bid in the not to exceed approach that we've taken with this.
Correct.
So at least we know what the firm cost is.
Yep.
As opposed to a time and material estimate.
Correct.
So just let me clarify, we've had a lot of debate about how we're splitting these design and construction management services. And I want the folks that are sitting here to understand or watching on YouTube. My understanding is Strand & Associates has bid us a lump sum contract for design and any questions that come out after during construction. And that will not exceed $230,000, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Baxter and Woodman gave us a not to exceed contract for the design services only, $209, but they would not do for free, essentially, or part of the bidding, the later questions. If the construction manager's out there and there's some issue with a survey, they're not gonna answer those questions without charging us, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This is exactly where we wanted to be with the split of the design and construction management services. We didn't want a Baxter and Associates coming in, quoting us $209 and then charging us $80,000 to answer questions for the next 2 years during the project. So what we did was right, because we got a firm number and now we can budget that firm number and it's not gonna change. We're not gonna get stung for another $150,000 a year later because they had overages or things they didn't expect. So this was the right move, and I'm gonna vote in favor of the $230,000.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Swart.
Aye.
Alderman Stray.
Aye.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Shaw.
Aye.
Okay, next item is consider act on this is under Plan Commission now. Consider act on a conditional use permit for vehicle sales boats at 20 South Main Street. Jason, are you gonna, you already gave a presentation, but.
You're acting on the conditional use permit. We did hold a public hearing this evening for Gordy's Boat Sales. I did draft a conditional use permit that was in the packet. There is a total of 13 conditions, you know, for this particular use. It regulates everything from noise to outdoor storage, outdoor display, the site access easement, the boat loading, the boat unloading, the snow removal, the garbage, fire protection, cameras, permit transferability, and then the acceptance. Regarding the garbage refuse number 9, I did mention that during the presentation that it states specifically in the draft that the dumpster would be outside on the back patio under the stairs. That is incorrect by code. That cannot happen. So if this is viewed favorably and it is asked to be approved this evening, I would ask that a change to number 9 be made. We've heard some issues tonight about the two property owners having conflict with an access easement. We discussed it at length at Plan Commission. That is not an issue, any dispute between two property owners. This tonight is about the use of the property to sell boats. And that's what my recommendation is based on. Is this a good location to sell boats? Yes, it is. I feel it is. I recommended approval. How they're going to get the boats in there, the applicant has proven that there's an access in the back, and I feel that there's a way to get the boats in there. But I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Stan, do you want to give an update on how this process works since it's a conditional use permit?
We're still early in our analysis of how Act 67 works, and you have been through this drill a couple of times. So the legislature set this up as a quasi-judicial hearing where you guys are and gals are the judges. If you are to approve this, you are to find that the proposed use is in keeping with the spirit and intent of the ordinance as it relates to the uses that are typically in that area, and any conditions relate to the standards that are in that district, and you must find that the applicant has provided substantial evidence to the effect that this is an appropriate use in the area. Or on the contrary, that others have presented evidence that it is not an appropriate use in the area. What I heard tonight was there's agreement across the board, including the one naysayer that this use is appropriate, but that there is a condition that is suggested that would address an issue between neighbors. I am not going to suggest that you get into a neighbor dispute as it relates to that. In the event you approve the conditions that were suggested by the planner, and in the event that a neighbor brings a lawsuit to get some type of interpretation from the Circuit Court of Waukesha County that there's a violation of individual property rights between neighbors, that's not our concern. I agree with your planner that we're looking at the use, and you're looking at those conditions, but it's always my recommendation to this municipality and every municipality that we do not get into the middle of neighbor disputes. If I were representing either side, I can make really good arguments as to why they're right. And I have reviewed these easements and these deeds that give rights. But my suggestion to you is look at the use, determine whether or not there was evidence that was presented as to whether or not this use, by conditional use, is in the spirit and intent of that particular district, and whether it's a good use for that particular building.
Alderman Shaw, you had a comment?
Stan, I've got a question. One of the items that's always listed in a conditional use permit is whether or not it has an adverse effect on an existing business.
It isn't
And
a question.
I have a problem with the way the loading plan is and where they drive up and drive down towards the do not enter sign of the drive-through for the bank and then back up towards the overhead doors. And I can't see how that cannot adversely affect the bank if it's not done at times when the bank is not open. So that's why I have a problem with this one and why I won't be supporting it.
Well, you would then be supporting a condition that would address that issue, as opposed to not supporting the use, from what you're telling me.
Okay.
That can be addressed by reasonable conditions, whether it's 6:30 or 8 o'clock or, non-business hours of the neighbor. But again, if there are signs up there that have nothing to do with property rights, I don't want us to get in the middle of that. Invites lawsuits.
What do you mean by signs? What are you talking about?
Well, that's what I just heard Charlie to say, that there's a sign that says do not enter.
There is a sign as you are driving through the bank, you're gonna go through the drive-through.
Yeah.
You pass a do not enter sign
Yeah.
that you don't see, but if you're coming the wrong way at it, there is a sign. It
Is
says
it a
do not enter.
private
Yes.
restriction? Then it's not a city restriction.
No, but you're gonna have this truck and trailer with a boat on it pulling up towards this sign in order to back straight up into this property. And I see that as a problem with the loading plan.
But shouldn't that be a private situation between two property owners that are adjacent to one another? Or should that be a city issue?
Well, I think that in this discussion about a CUP, like I said, one of the questions that's asked is, does it have an adverse impact on an existing bank or an existing property? And in my opinion, this is gonna have an adverse effect on that property.
I don't get into policy.
Kevin, you got a question?
Yeah, first off, I believe that at one point it may become a city problem because we're the ones that are approving it. So somehow or another, through the back door, maybe it may happen. I don't know.
Yeah,
You're
we
the
can be
attorney.
sued by either side.
Right, you're the
I'm
attorney
just
on
trying
it.
to give us the
My
best.
my question is as far as the parking is concerned. As it stands right now, there are 4, Jason, there are 4 parking. Can I
Right.
see that? Is it possible? I can. Okay, so there's 4,
Right there.
right there, that's cool, okay. There's 4 parking spots right there. When we looked at it from up above, and he talked about the truck, the trailer, to be able to back in, those cars have to be removed. They can't be there unless this guy is really good. So I'm having a concern with that. Is the applicant here, or is there somebody here that can explain
That's
that?
their easement right there.
We have already held the public hearing. The public hearing's closed. We're not going to hear from anybody.
Well, then, all right.
I can respond a little bit. Alderman Ellis, there's 2 easements. There's the parking easement, which those stalls are in, and then there's an access easement there as well. And my understanding is it's gonna be tight, but there is some area beyond those stalls that a truck could get, can back through. If they would need to move those vehicles, that was brought up during the Plan Commission meeting. If they're the employees that are parking or the customers at Gordy's, they could move those vehicles to get something in, but there is a way to get the boats in through the access area.
My other concern was as far as the deliveries is concerned. Did you say that they can come through Main Street or that they cannot come through Main Street?
I personally would prefer that they wouldn't come through.
Right,
There
I
is
don't want them to
overhead
come through either
doors
because it's
and there's
just too
curb
crowded.
cuts there.
Right.
But Main Street is a considerably more busy public street than the back parking lot.
No, because of traffic reasons, could we do something in reference to where the deliveries can be made?
Well, they have to be made in the back. The bank is requesting a condition that they get delivered before 6:30 in the morning. The applicant says that's not feasible. So we can come up with a compromise and say all deliveries are done before 8, whenever the drive-in opens. I mean, whatever we want to say as a condition, that's what we can put on as a condition.
But we can make
So
it.
long as it's based on the evidence that's presented and there's
Exactly.
substantial evidence that there would be a problem.
Right, so in this case, I see a problem with there being deliveries on Main Street.
Well, they're not asking for deliveries on Main Street.
They're not?
No.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Lou?
Can you please identify, according to the First Bank representative, where the bollards would be located? The bollards present a whole separate physical restriction to the ability to load and unload boats in that area. Again, I agree with you, Stan, that it's between the two property owners, but if a property owner has a physical barrier that would prohibit the loading and unloading of those boats, it would fail to meet the CUP.
I don't agree.
No?
There are no bollards there right now. There may never be bollards there right now.
Testimony
If
was,
bollards are put into place, then they would have to deal with it.
so,
It's not, I mean, the information that you have right now
Yep.
is the site plan that you have right now.
but, so again, help me understand, because we heard testimony from the property owner adjacent to this,
Right.
that their intent was to put bollards up. So that's part of the information that we're considering.
And you heard testimony from the other side saying they don't have a right to put it up there.
I don't know if I heard
No,
testimony
they
that,
disagreed with the interpretation of the lawyer for the bank. It's in the record. But if you feel that because there might be bollards put up there that you don't want to allow this business there, then I think that that's fair.
well, I'd like to see the business there.
Okay.
I would. I think it's great, but they have to be able to operate there too as part of the conditional use. And providing boats within the showroom inside and external is part of operating that business. So getting those in there, I want to make sure they have the ability to do that. And I didn't at least understand the way that facts were presented, that the ability for the adjacent business to put bollards was contested. It's on their property that they would put those bollards, and unless you're telling me different,
It is contested.
okay.
Jason, other that four things, that's, whose property is that? Where the cars are right now?
Well, that's the bank's property where those cars are
Okay.
on the slide. But there's an easement that the property at 20 South Main has the rights to park there.
But so can I park there, right?
Mhm.
I can park there too. Well, Alderman Ellis brought up about, moving those cars. So if you got four people sitting in the cornerstone all day long, and they're not gonna move their car. Well, that's gonna make it a really tough way to get your boat in there. And then I also see that they are going to, are they gonna keep the boats out all night?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, well, the good thing is about that part of it, because you better put up enough surveillance cameras, because at bar time, these guys are gonna come over here and think that, they should go for a boat ride or something. It wouldn't be me anymore, anyway. But, and then as far as the front, when we're talking about you didn't want them to go out the front there, that's parking in front of those doors, correct? That's not gonna go away.
Right, right.
That's parking.
There's curb cuts. I took this slide because there's two garage doors with curb cuts there, but there's, it says 2-hour parking right on that sign, and it's got the arrow going,
Right. I just want to make
southbound,
sure that
yeah.
that doesn't go away. And I think I'm probably worried more about those post boxes around the corner that might get whacked by the boat too, so.
Well, how many boats go through that parking lot in the summer? There's a lot of boats.
and that- Yeah, but
Yeah.
they come in the other way, yeah, sure.
Matt?
Backing up in here.
Yeah, Jason, do you mind going back to the slide with the 10 conditional use permit standards that we are actually supposed to look at?
Mhm.
So, I agree with Stan, no surprise, on the legal side of this thing. Look, as a CUP body, we have to look at the substantial evidence. We can't, so what if First Bank says they're gonna put bollards up? What if they tell us they're gonna, have guys stand there in clown suits? They've got a dispute with their neighbor, that's their problem. If they can't get their boats in, that's their problem. It's whether or not the use is allowed and whether they meet the standards. So if we say they're not meeting a standard, that's what we have to find, and we have to have substantial reasons for that. We can't just say, well, there might be a dispute and they might not be able to get their boat in at some future point because that's not good enough. You know, a threat that someone's gonna put bollards up or put a clown there to stop people from, you know, it's not enough, right? So, I think we need to look to the standards. The only thing, I'm looking back at my notes, Jason, you said they had non-exclusive right to park in those spots. So if could they sign it and say for Gordy's customers only?
Well, I never used that term.
Okay, who
Not quite
used it?
sure what that term even means, so I wouldn't have used it. I think
other-
that
Maybe,
came-
maybe it was Attorney Abruzzo that used that
It was
term.
Attorney Abruzzo that
Okay,
used it.
so-
And it's true. It's non-exclusive. Anybody can park there. So let's look at this practically. If somebody's parked there, they walk out and say, hey, can you please move this so we can get this in and get it out? But again, it's not exclusive. If you think that will, as a body, think that will create a problem that is unsurmountable, then deny the conditional use permit.
Go ahead.
I think, for me, based on the facts presented, I believe it fails a couple of the CUP points. Those CUP points could be addressed with the hours of operation at that prior to that area being occupied by adjacent businesses. It would give much more room for operation, and the CUP is the body of facts that we have to make this determination on. And unless the hours of operation were changed to allow for those conflicts, not between the two property owners, but just in access, I'm gonna have a hard time with it.
These aren't the conditions in the CUP. You'd have to look at the draft CUP, and any, you know, change, you'd have to reference that number and make a different amendment to change the hours of operation. I can put back up here the concerns raised by the adjacent property, and then maybe that would help with the any amendments.
There is one issue, if you're going to say deliveries are going to be before a particular time, the plan of operation, as I read it, would include if somebody came in and wanted to test out one of these boats, they'd be pulling out at any particular time to try to sell the boat, get somebody on a lake in the middle of the day to use the boat. And you better address that because it's in their plan of operation, proposed. So if somebody comes in at 9 in the morning and says, hey, I really like that boat, can I test it out on LaBelle at, 3 o'clock this afternoon? They'd be pulling it out at 2, get on LaBelle through our launch, presumably, and get our, whatever, 15% of whatever the launch fee is.
$40.
So you better address that.
Go ahead, Charlie.
So what you're saying is that this isn't just deliveries for show boats. There are going to be used as demos. There's going to be more times than
No,
just.
they're asking to have the opportunity to pull a boat that actually is sitting in their showroom out, get it on the lake, somebody can test it out. If they like it, they buy a $90,000 boat.
Do you have any recommendation on language we can put in to alleviate my concerns about the adverse effect it has on the bank and traffic through the bank and things like that?
Yeah, I could put in language that says the delivery of boats and the use of boats or the ingress and egress of boats in and from the showroom shall not disturb the neighboring properties. You don't want to kowtow to just one or to the general public. And you have the right to place language in your conditional use permit that if that does become a problem, you can have a hearing and you can revoke the conditional use permit, put them out of business.
So basically, you let them work it out and let them work with the neighbors. and
Well, if
make
they
sure-
don't, if
make
they
sure-
don't work it
Well, I know,
out,
I understand, yeah.
then you can come back here and you can revoke the
And you
conditional use
make sure
permit.
that they're good neighbors to each other. Go ahead.
So, with respect to, I show up at 4:30 on a Tuesday because they got a nice boat and we're gonna go on a test drive. And you've got X at Cornerstone and you've got bank traffic and I bring my boat because it's there to be appraised for a trade-in. But then, so does Kevin and so does because you can't predict when people are gonna show up.
True.
Right? So I understand deliveries before 6:30 AM, before businesses, that's fair. I realize that. But even in my world, fixing cars, you can have 3-4 hours of nothing, then all of a sudden 10 people show up and you're. So my concern is, so far it seems like they're able to meet the requirements, but not this piece. And I don't care about First Banks and neighboring, that's their problem. My concern is, this will happen. You can't believe it's not gonna happen where you're gonna have XYZ people pulling in with their boats and trailers to look for a trade into. So how do we help alleviate that? Or is that not something that's even part of our problem, I guess?
I'm
is
trying to
my
think through
question.
this, Alderman. Aren't they gonna have to park in a legal parking spot? And aren't the folks that are in there gonna have to walk out and look at the boat in a legal parking spot?
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking how does this make sure that it makes sense, even for the business owner that is gonna do this? So where's the legal parking for a boat and trailer that they're gonna walk 4 blocks down the road?
Aren't there, I understand that there are boats and trailers parked in that lot all the time.
I don't know.
Not so much that lot, but there would be down on South Street and, you know, in that,
Well, that's
in that
no,
area.
that's convenient. That's my question.
You deal with that issue
That's
by,
their business.
no, I mean, that would be a problem with the customer, not with the business.
Right.
But if you think it would create a problem for the business, don't approve it.
That's fair. That's why I'm just asking.
Right.
I mean, because if I'm gonna go there and buy a boat, I'm not parking 4 blocks away. I'm gonna
No,
pull in and
you
go, hey,
park
here's the
in
one
that
I wanna
parking
trade
lot,
in,"
you
and-
probably use up 2 of the parking spaces, one in front of the other.
And that's legal? That's okay?
As long as
I
it's the city
believe it
part of
is.
I don't know.
As long as it's
So
the
I'm
city
asking.
portion of it, not the bank portion.
Fair.
Go ahead, Derek.
It's the functioning of the showroom of the boats, to me, will work. But once you have to move them during business hours, it's gonna be a pain. I live at a home that has a single lane driveway with many cars. If mine's near the garage and there's 3 behind me, guess what happens when I wanna get out? We gotta put 3 cars on the street so that I can get out. So if there's 3, if the people wanna take the test drive for a boat that's in the shop, how many boats are gonna have to be moved in order to get that boat out? You understand what I'm saying? There's gonna be a lot of jostling. It's not like the one at the end of the row is always gonna be the one somebody wants to take out. So now you gotta take a boat out, or maybe 2, to get to the one you want. Becomes a pain, and I don't think it's a real good functioning place for that. If it was strictly a showroom and they could deliver in the morning, no problem. But once you gotta start moving stuff around during the day, during normal business hours, I don't think it's gonna function, but that's just my opinion. I guess I wanna know what the plan is for that.
Any other comments? Go ahead, Lou.
Can we offer an amendment to the CUP that would provide for removal or deliveries of the boats before 6:30 AM or after 6:30 PM, where that wouldn't be interfering with the operation of that business or surrounding businesses, and allow that condition then to meet the CUP?
You can put in any condition you wanted. I don't know if that's kind of restrictive, though. I mean, because the bank doesn't open till 8.
Well, the bank doesn't open till 8, but I believe employees get there earlier.
Not at 6:30. Well, I know when the applicant was here on last Wednesday, he did not accept that term.
Yeah, we can't consider that what was said outside of the record, though, Mayor.
So we need to have a motion to either approve the CUP or to deny it.
Or amend?
Well,
Well,
we,
I'll move to approve the conditional use permit for vehicle sales at 20 South Main Street, so we can get a motion on the floor, and then we can amend the motion if need be and add the conditions.
do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. There are certain conditions there, which we do have to amend one condition already that Jason said about the garbage.
Yeah, so let me start out then. We'll get this going so we can rock and roll here and take an up or down vote. I'll make an amendment to my motion then to add a number 9. I think you said condition number 9
Yeah.
with regard to the location of the garbage containers.
Right, it cannot
Okay.
be by ordinance under a stairs, so I would, I can massage that condition a little bit and change it to be on the west side of the elevation in a wooden corral.
Okay, so I'll make that motion as stated by Jason to amend the motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so that motion's amended. Now we're just talking about that amendment. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, call the roll on the amendment.
Okay, 1 second here.
Well,
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
I'd like to do it.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Swart.
Aye.
Alderman Stray.
Yeah.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Shaw.
Aye.
Okay, motion is amended for that. Kevin?
I want to make a motion so that deliveries only come through the back and not through Main Street.
Wasn't that that's
At this right here, it says.
a request. That's not a part of the, that's
He
not,
has made a motion to amend.
no, but I don't think that condition's out there.
Add the condition,
I'm making that motion.
and that's appropriate.
One of their plan of operations or loading plan, I took the language directly from it. They said that the boat delivery will be from the west using the current property easements abutting the western property line. It says no loading will happen from the front, the east side of the building.
So it was already there,
Okay.
but we didn't need to add it. That was just a request.
I remove that.
Go ahead, Lou.
I still am looking for a way to amend the hours of
Go ahead and amend it.
loading and unloading. How can I do that with a time frame that is it possible to ask?
Just do it.
Nobody. So it's gonna be an arbitrary pick of,
No, oh, God, no. It's not
So it-
arbitrary at all. It's based on what you heard and on substantial evidence that you heard that would create a public safety hazard or something that would be contrary to the ordinance. So if you feel that because of what you heard, there will be problems in keeping with the ordinance to have this use there, that it will require hours of loading and unloading to be put into place, you would make a motion that there shall be no unloading or loading because of the concerns that were raised at the public hearing between the hours of no unloading between the hours of blank and blank.
Or you could state even the hours, the business hours of the bank.
Or you
something like
could
that.
state that there will be no loading and unloading in the event it creates any problems for the general public. Those are your parameters.
so I'd like to make a
Go ahead.
motion to amend,
Gotta be kidding me.
Add a conditional.
Add a condition.
to add a condition.
Condition number 7 already covers boat loading and unloading. It just does not have specific hours listed.
So there'd be no loading or unloading between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 7 a.m. and noon Saturday, no restrictions on Sunday.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion on that amendment, or that condition, that amendment to that condition.
Amendment.
Go ahead.
We don't need substantial evidence? to do that? He was saying we need substantial evidence.
Saying that there was substantial evidence that he heard.
I'm saying the evidence that I heard would provide undue challenge in that area if loading and unloading occurred between those times to that business and to the surrounding businesses.
I guess if we feel like we have substantial evidence.
Well,
Go ahead.
I want to bring a little clarity here. I mean, if we're having this much struggle with the thing, is it really the right use? And I'm not saying I'm opposed to it, but what I'm hearing is let's put all these conditions on this because it's such a hassle to get boats in and out and it's in the wrong spot. Is it the right use? Is it an appropriate use? And I think we can consider that.
That is the perfect way to frame this.
Yeah. So if the conditions are so obnoxious that anytime you have a boat coming in or out ever makes this use unviable for the area, then we should just vote against it. Or, you know, we can continue to put the conditions on, and if they can't handle the conditions, they can't do it. I'm actually probably going to vote in favor of it because I think they probably meet the standards of the CUP. I believe they meet the standards of the CUP. If they've got problems in getting boats in and out, they're going to fail as a business. So that commercial use is allowed in the space. They can do vehicle sales there. It wouldn't be any different if they were selling, I don't know, vans. You know, a little harder to get the stuff in and out, but it could be the same problems, right? The First Bank could say, we don't want you going over here. There's problems in the front. There's parking in the front. We can't get in. So, I mean, I think they meet the conditions. I'm probably going to vote in favor of it. You can keep putting conditions on, but it really ultimately might not just be the right use. And I think we can vote that way. If you don't think it's the right use for that space, we can vote that way and just vote it down.
I'd like to see them in, I think they should have conditions to help with that approval. I'd like to have that amendment
Well, you
voted on.
put it in, it
Yep.
was seconded.
And
The
then
thing
we'll
that
move forward from
we're putting conditions on something that we're assuming is gonna be bad. We're assuming these things and we don't know that yet, so.
Based on the testimony, I
They
feel.
have heard sufficient
Sure.
evidence that they believe that there's evidence in this
We have
record
a
that
second
it
on
will
that,
in fact be a problem.
We have a
Right.
second on that second amendment.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second to amend the hours of delivery. Call the roll, please.
Alderman Ellis.
I have a question
Hang on.
first.
Go ahead.
Those should be just deliveries of boats, not all deliveries.
Yeah,
I mean, if
correct.
somebody, you know, UPS comes
truck
up, wants
comes
to
up.
drop off
Yeah.
something, I think it has to be deliveries of boats.
Deliveries or movement of boats or whatever you want
Boat
to
and
call it.
trailer.
Anything with trailer.
And that's what condition 7 was about, boat loading and
How
unloading.
about like watercrafts? Are they gonna sell anything other than boats?
No, just as big
Okay.
ones.
Well, no, they have,
Okay, we have it then?
boards and whatnot.
So we're all set on that?
Okay.
Call the roll, please.
Alderman Ellis.
Nay.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Zwart.
Aye.
Alderman Stray.
Aye.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Excuse me. Alderman Shaw.
Aye.
Okay, so any other amendments or any other additional conditions?
For the record, this will not enable the business to pull boats out other than those hours, correct? So if somebody comes in and wants to check out a boat, they're out of luck if it's between 7 and, well, the hours that were
7 a.m. to 6,
suggested.
Well, you know, if someone comes in and wants to look at a boat, they can get it out after that and get it out so that they can test it the next day.
But they can't park it.
Well, they'll
anywhere.
They'll figure, well,
Well, they can park it on the street
Does-
someplace
they'll
else.
figure something out.
Okay. I just want it to be
Right.
super clear
Yeah,
for these guys up here when they get the call.
yeah.
Any other conditions or amendments? Seeing none, we have,
Depending on which dispatch is called.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Ouch.
Yeah.
since, seeing we have a motion and a second and no other conditions, or no other requests for conditions, call the roll, please.
Alderman Ellis.
I just need some clarification. A yes vote means we're in favor of?
Yes,
And then a no vote means that we're not?
that you're not.
Nay.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Zwart.
Aye.
Alderman Stray.
Aye.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Nay.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Shaw.
Nay.
It passes, right?
Under new business, consider acting resolution of necessity for boat launch public parking. We need a motion to approve.
I will make that motion.
Have a second.
Second.
Craig?
Good evening.
Greg?
This is a perfect segue, talking about boat launch. Over the past few years, the Common Council has reviewed various public parking locations that support the future Lac LaBelle Boat Launch redevelopment project. With this redevelopment, the Wisconsin DNR requires a designation of 29 vehicle trailer parking spaces plus 2 additional ADA vehicle trailer parking spaces. To achieve this requirement using the current city-owned land, much of the regular city beach vehicle parking spaces would be taken up for the new vehicle trailer parking. The property under consideration would help alleviate some of the lost vehicle parking and would accommodate 19 parking spaces plus 1 ADA parking space. The resolution of necessity would allow the city to negotiate the potential property purchase at 311 West Wisconsin Avenue. If the resolution is approved, the city attorney would begin the steps of the required process, which includes obtaining an appraisal of the property, and the property owner then has the option to obtain their own appraisals at the city's cost. The recommendation tonight is to approve the resolution to begin the negotiation process, and I can answer any questions.
Do you have any questions? We all know what this is about, to have the negotiations start, get appraisal. Seeing no questions, we have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Alderman Ellis.
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Aye.
Alderman Zwart.
Aye.
Alderman Stray.
Aye.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Shaw.
Aye.
Next item, consider act on police dispatch services. I'll turn this over to Sarah.
Yes, thank you. I'll give an introduction, and during the city's recent budget workshops with the Committee of the Whole that we had in September and October, the council discussed dispatch services and whether to move our dispatch services from the City Police Department to the Waukesha County Communications Center. So on the October 1st budget meeting, the Committee of the Whole amended our 2020 budget to move the dispatch services to WCC by mid-year 2020 and adjust the budget accordingly. Excuse me. The matter was then scheduled for consideration tonight. As you've heard tonight, the city has had a history of visiting dispatch services in the past. Prior to this most recent discussion in October, we did visit the matter in 2018, and the timing at that point was appropriate, as we have our current dispatch equipment is nearing the end of its useful life. And then we were looking at that prior to the decision to move into the new police facility. So in July of 2018, the council did adopt a resolution approving the continued use of dispatch in Oconomowoc. And then the matter was again discussed during the budget discussions in November of 2018, and ultimately the decision was to retain it locally. Since our Committee of the Whole budget action and direction this past October, staff has been working on gathering additional information. We worked together with WCC to gather updated cost information, and we've been researching systems integrations and operational impacts to make the move to WCC. The financial analyses have been updated and will be presented tonight by our finance director. I just want to say that I appreciate all the efforts of all the city and the county staff teams in working together to try to pull together all the information for this important deliberation tonight. It's a complex matter, and everyone has really done an excellent job on working on it. The structure then for tonight, we've got presentations by each agency. Gary Bell is going to start with the presentation from Waukesha Communications Center, and then that'll be followed by Chief Berger and Captain Pfister from our Oconomowoc Police Department. The county has also invited representatives from 2 communities that recently joined WCC, and they're in the audience tonight as well. Once the presentations are concluded, we can, everyone is here and available for questions. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the mayor and invite Gary up to the podium. If somebody could cue the presentation, that would be appreciated.
I don't know.
introduce yourself when you get started, and so everybody knows who you are.
Definitely. Oh, let's go up here. All right. So my name is Gary Bell. I'm currently the Director of Emergency Preparedness for Waukesha County. I oversee three distinct departments: emergency management, 911 operations and dispatch, as well as radio services, so public safety radio services. Here to you tonight to kind of just describe what our services are, provide some facts. I definitely appreciate the opportunity to present before the council. I think a couple of people I want to recognize from the Waukesha County team is Sherry Stigler, my operations and training manager, is here. Don Hoffman, who I'll invite up a little bit later to talk about IT specifics and the costs related to that and what the support of the county public safety administrators will provide to the city. And two telecommunicators, Bonnie Douglas, who is also a training officer for us and teaches coursework for our classes that we hold twice a year, as well as Jim Korsmo, who's a day shift person and what I would call a first-time inaugural team member of our peer support team. I brought them specifically here. They're in paid status, wearing badged uniforms for a couple of purposes. One, to answer any operational questions, because I don't sit behind a headset. I have 27 years in the business, but they're also City of Oconomowoc residents. So you have people in WCC that live in your communities, raising families. So we think it's important, as we've heard testimony tonight. So I'll go through a couple of slides here, what I believe is about 15 minutes. I may run a little long, but I may be a little bit short, depending on clarity and questions from this group. So please, if you do have questions and concerns, bring them forward so I can help to address those. Ready to get going? Yep. All right, perfect. All right, so just a rendering of our facility. We did add some space to that, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But we've moved all administrative support staff up front to provide a little bit more customer service focus there. Operation space, this is a post-2018 remodel from the west. You can see the expansion capability as well as some of the technology updates that we brought forward there. Some of you may be familiar. I see some familiar faces that went through the communications center. We appreciate that effort that you guys took time out of your days to see what we do and how we do it, because it's a little bit different than what you're used to in the city of Oconomowoc for the right reason. So we'll move into history. I won't read the slides because I think another member provided a pretty good overview of what we did. I'll give you some 2018 statistics. In their call handling statistics predominantly, we answered 246,000 or so phone calls in 2018. 81,526 were 911. So a pretty significant caseload. We see about 83 to 85% of those 911 calls coming from wireless devices. So those phones, some of us hold two of them in our pockets because we have one for business and one for home. That's where they come or originate from. And that's an industry standard. That's not just a Waukesha County thing. So we see about 85%, again, coming through that wireless environment. 220 text messages to 911. We're the sole source for that as well. So I can confirm all wireless comes to Waukesha County Communications. And that's a reason due to the utility plane accuracy of where those devices are placing those calls and being concerned about over-transferring individuals between communities. So that's been Waukesha County's stance since implementation in 2004. In addition to all those inbound calls, we make about 82,000 outbound calls for support of agencies and transfers out. Moving to the next slide here, we're going to look at who we dispatch for. So we heard some folks talk about they'll be joining an existing dispatch center or a dispatch talk group. So there are those identified in what I call CUNY purple for Oconomowoc that are going to be on the Area 3 or Talk 3 channel. I took a look at some data from the Radio Services Department related to what Oconomowoc Dispatch 1 is, their primary dispatch channel is my understanding, and what the Dispatch 3 or Area 3 talk group is. And there's plenty of space based on our latency calculations. So we're not worried about Oconomowoc Police Department joining their neighbors. Any questions on that? So about 19, yes.
Sorry, Oconomowoc Lake? The lake is part of your,
Yes, the village of Oconomowoc Lake is part of the Dispatch 3. So yeah, we provide service to them. Fire and EMS, we have 21 agencies now. We used to have 22, but Western Lakes continues to grow, which is good. I think they're going to grow some more. I think Okachi, as well as Stone Bank, are in final deliberations with that group to provide public safety services and fire and EMS. So again, we'll work through workflow here in just a moment, but those are the agencies we provide service to. We have a what I would call a UHF or VHF rather toning environment for all those agencies, as well as 3 different talk paths or talk groups where they're assigned calls. The majority of the time, they're placed on one channel, and they run relatively well with that due to their operations being local and off network. So that helps. So in 2017, did a little building expansion. We saw the rendering there. We came significantly under budget based on some of the decisions that we made, not outfitting the spaces until it was time, and we reached those future partnership opportunities, if that makes sense. So about $635,000 under budget, which we're kind of proud of. We did a SWOT analysis before we took on this project. When I first came on board in 2013, we were hosting the city, or rather the county of Milwaukee dispatch, as they had a fire in their public safety facility, and they were joining us. So we're their backup facility, so they came over and spent some time with us. I immediately recognized that we didn't have enough space. Normally, your industry standard is 25% desk space, in addition to support those surge events, whether that's weather-related or man-made. So we took a look at that, as well as our emergency operations center was antiquated and old, needed to be refreshed, as well as larger as the communities were growing. So that's what we did. The reasons behind it. Training room used to be a shared space, emergency operations center / training room, and that didn't work out very well based on the space size and trying to put people in rooms making significant decisions in the emergency operations center environment. So we rededicated it to the training space. We hire twice a year, normally 5 to 6 people per class based on our turnover. And we're a little bit below the nation consolidated center turnover rate, which is about 19% of your staff. So we're about 15%. That's what you're seeing in our budget book. We're paying really close attention to that to retain our folks. About 2% of the population can do the work we do. And then once they're in the business, they need to like the schedule and the family life that comes along with it, which changes dramatically, as we kind of heard tonight. It becomes a calling. It's really not a job, right? It's not even a career. It becomes you, and your family needs to buy into that. So that's why we see some turnover here in the consolidated environment. So they're in this classroom for 6 to 7 weeks. 6 to 7 weeks of didactic instruction, learning specific issues and items related to practicing on real people on I-1. A week of that is dedicated specifically to geography. Waukesha County, you can't get there from here, is what I used to say, because it's very difficult and unique. With the grid addressing system to the regular systems, we spend specific time out on the road with folks visiting specific centers, making sure they, what we call scavenger hunt, and find the gold coin. So we're proud of that. From the training environment, we go immediately into on-the-job training, and you're sitting with a communications training officer who has been specifically trained to provide instruction to adults, which is unique in the 911 space, because we learn by doing, right? So they do about 3 to 6 months of that, doing cross-training across all different disciplines. So we heard 5 dispatch channels for law enforcement. Yep, we have 5. We have 1 fire channel. We have 1 data or what I would call information and warrants channel, and rest of the folks answer phone calls. So we're a 2-stage system. We answer phone calls, and talk with our computer-aided dispatch system to the dispatchers, and they alert help, if that makes sense. Any questions so far? Keep rolling? All right. I'm going to talk about workflows a little bit. So we heard about workflows by a couple of people. I just want to make sure it's completely understood and accurate. And there's more workflows than just this, but these are two that I kind of picked on. So landline 911 calls, right, about 15%, 15 to 17% of the business right now, on average, are coming in natively to Oconomowoc Police Dispatch. Who's calling from there? The schools, right? Some of the facilities, what I would call the nursing home facilities, et cetera. So they're calling now natively on a landline versus a cell phone. So that comes into the police dispatch center, more than capable of handling those events inside, if it doesn't require a fire or EMS response. If it does, that needs to be transferred into us, and we triage and dispatch and treat that caller with pre-arrival instructions until help rolls on scene. So the one on the right, column on the right, is a workflow for wireless or text to 911 and non-emergency cell calls, if you will. Most of those come into WCC dispatch. If it's a wireless 911 call or text, it does, and they dial 911, must. If it requires just a police or public works response, we make that form transfer. So what time does that take? It takes about 43 seconds to get information of where is it and what is it. And I get the 43 seconds from what we do in priority 1 calls, those in-progress events that have life safety implications to them. So 43 seconds is what our average process time from time of call to time of dispatch. And I want to definitely clear up our 2-stage process on priority 1s in all fire and EMS, which fire and EMS is not really a big deal here. On those priority 1 calls, the dispatcher that took the phone call is alerting officers immediately, as soon as they know where it is and what it is. Wheels are rolling towards the scene. The call taker then gathers additional information, and the dispatcher, who isn't listening to the caller, is exchanging information to the CAD system in a timely manner. It's a highly effective way to process that in a 2-stage system. We made that adoption based on the needs of our communities that we were servicing. I want to make sure is that clear? It doesn't go to the 2-stage and the priority 1s. Okay, same thing happens in the fire and EMS world. We pre-alert that event as soon as we know where it is and what it is. We need to know where it is to know who to send and where to send them to. We need to know what it is, what equipment you need to drive out of the garage, who needs to go. So call processing, those are just 2 examples of what we do right now. There's so many more. So what would consolidation services do? So we're already doing Western Lakes Fire District. They made a decision to join us and continue what I would call the relationship that we built and developed over time. Oconomowoc Police Dispatch Services, again, we would receive that phone call. There would be no transfer. There would be no longer the 43-second delay it takes for us to take the cell phone and push it over to the Oconomowoc dispatcher, which I believe you're going to hear a little bit more from the chief and the captain on their answer times. At least that's what I saw in the packet. So it eliminates that need to transfer. Again, the most critical issues that are going on. We'll look at technology here next. So these are the systems that we use. Again, the technology is different nowadays. It's no longer analog, it's all computer-based. So 5 to 6 years is what you're looking at for replacement. So we just replaced our Hexagon CAD system and upgraded that. We'll go through a mini upgrade to fix some of the bugs that exist today. The CallWorks next generation 911 telephony system that we replaced in 2015 is on the docket to get replaced in 2021. Again, a significant capital expense for us. 11 light licenses, meaning turned on all the time for workers, and the infrastructure to provide a public safety grade system was a $700,000 expense. So that's a significant amount of money to replace a phone system. Again, there's hardware and equipment that's gonna go in a back room. Doesn't matter if you're a 1-seat or a 10-seat. It's the same equipment that's going in the back. You're just saving on PC consoles, as well as some connections. Radio, I mentioned that's one of my 3 heads of my Dragon that I'm responsible for. And we've done that conversion in Oconomowoc. Both police and public works are on that system now and have access to that system to use those talk groups as they wish. We're doing an upgrade end of this year to bring the firmware up to 2018 specs. Consoles, just furniture, they're an expense. They last. They're the 10 to 15 year environment for replacement. Recorders a 5-year expense. We're looking at 2021 for that event as well. And Spillman Law Records was just upgraded earlier this year. So those are the technology components that we have currently.
Mayor, can I ask a quick? Yep. So to clarify, your statement is 5 to 6 year lifespan on equipment?
Any public safety grade telecommunications equipment, yes. So I'll ask this question back, as I asked the question of myself. If you require 5 nines, right, or high availability systems, less than 5 minutes of downtime a year, are you gonna run that computer for more than 5 years? I don't, because it's that important. Can you get 10 years out of a computer? I do at home, right? But I don't put public safety in jeopardy that way.
And all of the costs associated with what you are just reviewing, we as taxpayers in the city of Oconomowoc are already participating in through county tax.
Correct. So how do we do this? How are we the first in Wisconsin? So we're the first 911 wireless environment. 2004, our current supervisor, Keenan Watkins, answered that phone. The utility plane, I mentioned that early in the presentation, 600 meters of the call, or 2 football fields if you watched the Packers last Sunday. So that's 60% of the time, right? It's not good until we receive device plane or the Uber-esque kind of location accuracy information that calls are gonna stay with Waukesha County. 2016, we integrated text to 911 service, the first in the state to do that. Again, 220 or so texts, some are business related, some are, does this work? Coming to the center every year, believe it or not, people do that. The first in the state of Wisconsin partnered with Dane County Certified Peer Support Program. We're seeing a huge post-traumatic stress exposure to our folks and what they're having to deal with as first responders. So we find that important, and Jim Korsmo definitely can answer some questions if you have what that looks like. And then Rapid SOS, those that visited and saw and made a test 911 call and a test text saw that red dot. Rapid SOS provides a portal service as well, so it's an over-the-top application or commercial, but this event is integrated into our computer-aided dispatch system and phone system rather, and it provides us pinpoint accuracy. So this is the device-based location services that we're looking for that are kind of Uber-esque. Some of our accomplishments, I'll talk about the Wisconsin Law Enforcement Accreditation Group. That's every one of our members, Heartland, I'm thinking off the top of my head, and that doesn't work very well. Heartland, Menominee Falls, New Berlin, Pewaukee, and Waukesha Sheriff's Department, all are members and accredited through this process. We're very proud to have a communication center that provides that level of service. Second in the state, and second only in the state for the Project 33 training accreditation. As we look at Fire ISO, you're getting that service right now, 9.95 out of 10. One of the few in the state of Wisconsin that is a partner with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The biggest thing that I learned in the CEO training of that is our autistic spectrum kids are drawn to water. So as you take a call from a missing child in the autistic spectrum, which we have the capability to add that information to our CAD system, we can alert officers of that. We can send special, again, search parties to those pools, rivers, creeks, retention ponds, et cetera. So a nugget I like to share every time I sit behind a microphone to share with you all. We're really critically interested in making sure that we're leading the way. 10 of the emergency number professionals, an association called National Emergency Number Association provides that. It's a dedication to excellence, a study and an examination taken. So 10 of the 18 in Wisconsin come from our organization. And 3 of the 4 registered public safety leaders come there as well. Involved and proud to say, industry leaders in the local, regional, national, and global perspectives. I'm missing an opportunity in Halifax to do a global alliance with a couple other nations to be before you guys tonight. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak, though. When we look at what else we do, Mavis Division 106, we're the coordinator, large-scale fire and rescue events. We provide that service to Western Lakes. We do the same thing. We're the backup agency for the Suburban Mutual Assistance Response Teams. I call that Mavis for Cops because the fire department came up with Mavis before the police came up with mutual aid in that environment. So there's 13 different organizations that are a part of that. West Allis is the primary, we're the secondary. We took on that responsibility when Menominee Falls transitioned with us in 2017. So incident dispatch team, anytime that we roll SWAT, we roll specific supervisors and telecommunicators to that event to do on-scene support to help the incident commanders coordinate their efforts and focus on what's important to them as we log information and offload some of that off of the dispatch operation. So people enjoy that. So I'll go over some of the key benefits and what I would call maybe myths, dispel some of the myths that we heard in that. Number one, I think, is increased interoperability and information sharing. I think that goes without saying. Cost effective, we talked a little bit about the infrastructure costs that are never going to go away. As we keep moving forward, and if you have more questions on software as a service, and getting away from capital expense and more into OpEx, which is difficult right now in the state of Wisconsin, that's where our companies in public safety are going. AWS and Microsoft Azure. We're going to the cloud. So what's your cybersecurity policies, et cetera, et cetera. So that's going to get more and more complicated as we move forward. We talked about the Rapid SOS. Our community education team, we do about 30 events every year. I recently just approved a community event, a parade event up in Menominee Falls in December for Christmas season. So we're proud of doing that because we believe that the communities we serve are our communities. Simple as that, we're serving them. Let's talk about IPAWS, the Integrated Public Alert Warning System. So we use that at the 67 and 94 event, right? All of us can recall the evening of the supposed and alleged, maybe for the legal term, what do I call? Thank you. Hostage situation. We use that system. We drew a polygon around the environment and let people know, just to stay alert, stay away. So that becomes something that we do on a regular basis when we want people to take action. It's not just to let them know that the water's going to be red because you're flushing water mains. We want them to take action. Some of the other ones, again, dispel a myth. Oconomowoc Police Department are able to determine your responses. Do you want 2 officers to go to this call? Do you want 2 officers and a sergeant or a lieutenant to go to this call? Do you want this call to be referred to the desk duty officer who's on light duty? All those things are in total control of the organization. We don't strip any of that away. We don't want any of that responsibility. We want to know what to do and when to do it. Some of the transition stuff, what's been effective with us in the past is sending supervisors out with sergeants, lieutenants, and patrol officers doing ride-alongs, finding those areas that are specific to problems, specific corners or bars or areas where not to park a boat. All those things are important. I'm trying to keep everyone with me. So customer service is a priority. So that's the number one thing that we focus on. We answer the phone with a smile, provide that service excellence, I call it, to make sure that the person on the other end of the line believes that they're the most important thing going on that day. Does it work all the time? No. We're human, right? And I think think I want to talk to them about human and eliminating some of that as well. So these are our people. This is our community education team out in action, our folks with the Butler Fire Chief doing their stuff. This is how to get in contact with us. Obviously, we have a Facebook page, we have a website, we have a Twitter account. We're not as active as we'd like to be, but we all have emergencies to deal with as well, right? We talked a lot about people. These are the faces of the people that are doing the good work for your community right now. 1,786 phone calls come through us into you before they come into you, so we're doing the work now. And I have two great dispatchers that sit in the back room right now that are from Oconomowoc. And I don't think they took offense to some of the comments, because this isn't an emotional thing for us. This is a business thing for us. And we do really, really good at what we do. Some of the successes, so every time we have a save, this gentleman had a heart attack. There's a responder, there's a telecommunicator, and right there, where the red dot is a lifesaver pin. Saved the man's life. Dead when he called, and he's walking and talking. It's important. Life Giver Awards, every time we have a birth, we share that information and provide a onesie. It doesn't cost me that much out of my pocket. One of the questions about onboarding, if we can talk about onboarding just for 1 minute, I want to clear up any questions or comments or confusion maybe that exists, because I saw something that was not quite accurate in the paper. The transition of telecommunicators will go through a process. We'll open that process. Normally it's about a week to offer positions to those folks that want to make a transition into the WCC environment. It's a different environment. It's not the same thing. We don't provide the same service, and we don't intend to provide the same service. We do public safety. You guys do public service to the best of your abilities. So that transition, we'd open that up. We'd screen those applicants, and they'd go and be offered that position. There's opportunity to come in at a higher than normal pay rate based on length of service and capabilities. But I also balance that as a director to those folks who have given me 3 years of their life in my organization. I want to make sure I balance that. Just because you have 10 years at another organization doesn't mean that you start at the 10-year rate. But there are exceptions to provide a little bit more commiserate entry-level salary as well as benefits. So vacation time, sick time, et cetera, is available. But they will be starting at the bottom of the seniority ladder, and that's a tough thing to swallow. I worked at a single CP SAP for 5 years of my life, and as soon as I moved to and transitioned to a consolidated environment in Dane County, I was at the bottom of the barrel. Went from days with the weekends off to overnights, right? And that's not something that people normally do, and it's very difficult to make the adjustment from single seat to multi-seat and the teamwork aspect that we expect.
Real quick. How many openings do you currently have? And have you made that opportunity available to other communities? At what success?
Sure. So when New Berlin transitioned in 2012, that was before Gary, I'll say that, that was done. One person applied, they didn't make it. Same traffic for Menominee Falls. We offered that position, sat down with HR, had a lengthy conversation, identified what was possible and what wasn't possible. They were retaining clerical staff to do the work that needs to still get done, and we didn't see a single person apply. We have one vacancy because that individual is choosing to chase their dream in the theater. 22 years old, doesn't need insurance, and wants to work for the theater. So there's many reasons why people leave, so there's just one vacancy. I would expect vacancies to occur in the spring, as that is traditionally what we've seen and what you've heard tonight. It came from our budget book. We're not hiding from it. We're working on making improvements on our hiring practices as well as our training environment, if that's the right word. That answers the question. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
If I hear you proper, if we vote and approve this transfer, I'm not saying that we will, the employees that are now here would come in at the lowest level, regardless of tenure?
Yes, so they would, so let me just clarify the question and make sure I clearly understand it, but I think my answer is going to remain affirmative. As they come forward, the seniority or longevity or length of service, whatever we want to call that with the city of Oconomowoc, does not get blended with the seniority, longevity, or length of service with Waukesha County Communications. That was an option back in 2003 when the transition was occurring. It's not an option now.
Okay. Continue. Go
So what I hear is that there's no guarantee of a job.
Correct. So we have 44 full-time equivalent people right now that are out of training status, and there's about 365 years of experience there in those folks. 7 communications supervisor providing 24/7 coverage, answering questions, working down issues, and improving system function. And those folks have 97 years of combined experience.
Go ahead, Karen.
What's the longest period that anyone's been with you, the longest tenure?
Since our transition in 2004, and they had previous experience in the city of Brookfield, the sheriff's department. I can't remember, help me, Diane. 30 years, a tenured employee. We've had people retire from our organization.
No. Continue.
All right. Thank you. So that kind of identifies what that hiring process looks like. We definitely want to engage existing staff to understand some of the workflows and some of the intricacies of the organization, so we can try to replicate that in our training program. We'll get to the one-time brick and mortar costs, and I'll bring Don Hoffman up to try to help clarify some of the next couple of
Gary?
slides that you're going to see. Yes, Mr.
I just have a couple of questions. Let's say there's an active shooter at Oconomowoc High School. We call 911 on a landline or whatever. How does WCC dispatch that? How do they end up calling Oconomowoc PD to dispatch? How does that work? If I'm using your services and this happens,
Okay, so
how
the,
fast does our PD? And I don't expect you to say 40, like, I need an idea here to understand this.
yeah, so we would hand it like a priority 1 event. Where is it? What is it? Active shooter at the Oconomowoc High School in the cafeteria, 3 armed men,
Fair.
right? Boom. That information goes out over the radio by the person that has that information in their headset or is watching it via text message.
Okay.
Right? They're hiding. They're doing one of the 3 things you do in an active shooter event. And that's not the only call we're going to get.
Oh,
Right?
more than
Let's
likely
make
not,
sure we
right.
understand that. You're going to get one from the front desk, you're going to get the push button, mushroom button that's going to go off. You're going to get 3 or 4 from students that are not supposed to have their phones that do. You're going to get text messages, right? So it's going to be inundated.
So then at that point, is there a lag time because you've got so many people worried about the same circumstance? Or how do you filter to make sure that emergency services, whether it's fire, AMBO, police, or combat SWAT, whatever is being dispatched, what's the guarantee to make sure that that line of communication doesn't slow down? Does that make sense?
I think so. I mean, we're removing the component of Oconomowoc dispatch transfer, right? WC is handling the entire event because we've assumed this responsibility.
Okay.
That information comes, I'll be the call taker, right? I just answer the phone, high school, cafeteria, 3 armed men. I'm on the alert tones, I'm notifying on dispatch area 3, all units, right? And you can better believe there's other units listening to that alert tone. As soon as it goes off, right, your ears perk and you start listening. Something's going down. So you give that information out, others are gathering that information too. The room becomes consumed with a large event, right? You don't, we have 12 people there.
Right.
They all know there's an active shooter going on.
Okay. And then another question I have, there's this 80-ish% of cell phone calls are all driven to WCC. Why can't they go to Oconomowoc PD dispatch?
Good question. We talked, I don't want to get too far in the weeds. It's location accuracy. So up to 2 football fields away is where they believe the Phase 2 location will be, which is an XY coordinate on a map based on triangulation or GPS, depending upon your service provider and your phone. So they don't go because in 2008, or I'm sorry, 2004, 3-4, when the transition from wireless started to begin, counties were given the responsibility in funding to accomplish that task.
Of handling cell calls specifically?
Cell calls specifically, cell 911 calls, in addition to the landline copper pair-wire.
So as of right now, there's no way we could ever have those.
I won't say never. You can solicit the corporation counsel's office at the county and request to take those phone calls natively. There are other areas of the state, Dane County being one that I'm familiar with, where Middleton answers a couple of wireless locations, right? So there's some cell towers out there, and they answer those 911 calls natively. But they bore the burden of the cost to accomplish that task. They don't get any funding for it, nor does Waukesha County. The county funding is dried up in 911 environments right now.
Okay. And then my last one is with respect to ongoing maintenance costs for technology and equipment at WCC. How does that play out to the taxpayer with respect to, I understand you buy new equipment every 5X years. I get it. But what about maintaining it during that time? Where does that money, how does that pan out to me?
Sure, it's dispersed like any other county levy tax, right? So part of my budget, every penny that I spend, has to go to my pillars of my budget environment. What is it providing? And if it doesn't provide something, then we don't get the money. So each one of those, what I would call fund balance purchases, is accounted for in that county tax levy. So every year, WCC is awarded $100,000 to place for future obligations and technology updates.
Which would also, okay, so maintenance or, okay.
It's not maintenance, it's for future upgrades. So maintenance is my OpEx that comes out of my fixed levy increase every single year.
Okay. Thank you.
To one of Andy's points, Middleton was successful in getting their cell phone calls back from Dane County. Like Gary said, it's not impossible. Would be very difficult to do right now, but it may not be impossible in the long term. So just to that point, couple questions for Gary. I know that Chief Berger and Captain Pfister and Sarah all went out to tour WCC, as did many of us. I'm not trying to call anybody out here, but could you tell me which alderman actually did go out to tour?
Sure. My understanding, Andy was there, Matt was there, Lou has been there, and yourself. Those are the ones I know, and then staff has been out.
Okay.
I'm not sure who came out to tour in 2018. My memory's foggy, so if I missed anybody, please acknowledge and raise hand, but I'm not sure
Okay.
who else might have done that.
Like I said, I'm not trying to call anybody out, but just as we're discussing this tonight, who has seen what and, seen the inside of your facility. When you talk about the replacement of the equipment in potentially 5 to 6 years, is that sort of an industry standard or practice for consolidated facilities like yours, or is that just a policy within your facility? That seems absurd to me that that it has to be replaced within 5 to 6 years with such a huge expense for state-of-the-art equipment.
Equipment's expensive. So I will say this, the trend is moving to software as a service where you don't own anything. You're just paying OpEx. But that's very difficult for us in our environment because we have a levy limit. How do I take that $120,000 now annually and add it to what my operations expenses are? I can't do it. That means 2 people are going to go, right? That's how I do it. So that's a challenge that we're faced. But yes, in order to put backroom equipment in place that's going to handle 911, right, life safety issues, you need to do the early replacement, not the late replacement. And we're going away from the analog environment. Everything was bulletproof. You just swap a card and you're good. That's not there anymore. It's very sophisticated equipment.
Okay, I have one more question. We are the only community within Waukesha County that has its own electric utility. Do you see that that would provide any specific types of challenges for you if you were to take us on?
Yeah, I know that when we had the visit from Captain Pfister and Lieutenant Tim, the influx of calls, they were describing 200 phone calls coming into the center to report an outage. I don't know how you guys handle that. We wouldn't be able to handle 200 phone calls. There's got to be a better way, in my opinion. It wouldn't come into a public safety service. But a notification from, confirmed notification from a public safety responder, whether it's be Western Lakes Fire and EMS or the police department, we can make notifications all day long. We do it for everybody else. So you need me to call out, you need me to make an alert sense that iPause environment has also a notification string to everybody in the utility and everybody sitting before me, and that can happen. It's just a matter of maintaining that database. So we could do that notification service. Receiving the influx of 200 calls, I would say be extremely difficult because we know a lot of those are storm related, right? And we're dealing with other things as well as the city of Oconomowoc is, so.
Can I ask one more question?
Well, can we get through the presentations, because we have more
Oh, he was
information
gonna
and we
bounce
also
off,
have,
though, I thought.
I'm just thinking if, I mean, we're getting later and he still has more to present, so.
Yeah, I got a couple more
Let's just
slides.
go through the presentation and then we'll ask questions and then we'll bring up the.
All right. Don, if you want to make your way up here. So the 162,44044 is the buy-in cost, the remainder of the 85% the community already purchased or bought into the fire and EMS environment back in 2017. That can be divided in half. So there's strong support in Emergency Preparedness Department as well as the County Executive's Office and a couple of county board supervisors I've had a conversation with to make that accommodation. That would require an ordinance. So I'd have to go through an ordinance amendment to make that happen. Did it happen for the 15%? It did. I would see a similar support in that, but I can't just come right out and tell you today, yes. I believe it's very possible, is the feedback that I'm getting from the county side.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll move on to this. Don can put this together so he can explain to it to the best of his ability. The subtotal is per unit price, and the total is what we've identified would be the cost, which would be $32.91 for the annualized cost for public safety service mobile support. But Don, you want to take over for a minute?
What you're looking at would be a projected estimate of loading 10 separate software modules on each of the modem data computers, 7 of which would go into your squad cars, and it was estimated that approximately 3 would be installed in-house that would require the same capability or access to the same information that your officers would get from the squad cars. There's a different way that we calculate the cost. Actually, we look at 3 versions. One is a shared cost based on the number of units that the Sheriff's Department, fire departments, police departments, and also the communications center requires. There's an even share whereby we charge 1 flat fee per module, no matter the number of devices that a department has. And then there's a single mobile license cost. So for an estimated total of 10 dedicated devices, the subtotal is $1363, and it would cost annually the city $32.91 to have those 10 devices set up for interfacing with the CAD operation. Required features, Cisco router. For every department that we hook up to the communications center, it requires a county-approved Cisco router to create that communication link. And the estimated cost is between $800 and $900. There's annual maintenance. That cost would be incurred by the city. However, what takes place as part of our standard operating procedure is that one of my colleagues out of the IT division receives that device, configures it, tests it, delivers it, sets it up for production use at your location, and there's no cost associated with that. There are two separate ProPhoenix CAD interfaces that would be required. One is the Fire RMS CAD link, and the other is a standard interface to ProPhoenix. The total cost for the city would be $2543. Now that's at a 50% share with the Village of Menominee Falls, who also is a ProPhoenix customer. Optional features, NetMotion Diagnostics. The Federal Bureau of Investigation and their Criminal Justice Information Services Division requires that all MDCs have two-factor authentication. For the past 10 years, the county has been using NetMotion software to meet that security requirement. And this past April, the county signed another 5-year term contract with NetMotion for $68 per license. So for 7 mobile data computers, for your 7 squads, it would cost $476. Now, I don't know what your term contract is today with NetMotion, or what your cost, what the cost is that you're paying. However, like with the City of New Berlin, the Village of Menominee Falls, I've extended the option out that when their contracts come due, if they want to join the county's contract, they're more than welcome. And more than likely, I suspect, based on initial information I've received, that they would be able to save money. So that offer would also be offered to the city. And then lastly, Motorola Solutions, the Spillman Law Record System. Today, the public safety system comprises 13 main systems, and collectively, we have 13.5 million records in our system. For those departments that are not considered interactive, in other words, they're not Spillman customers, we offer at zero cost to other departments to be able to view the records that we hold in our system. Now, there's really 2 different levels of records. One is partitioned, and what I mean by that is that, for instance, if a department wants to offer X number of records as viewable by that owner of that record, they will do that. That could be arrest records, it could be supplemental law record information, warrant information, and the like. The other would be non-partition records. And what I mean by that is that many of our existing police departments, including the Sheriff's Department, will offer open access or view to many other law record type records of information. And the added benefit to this is that the more information that one can provide the police departments, we view that as officer safety in process. In other words, you may have information obviously in your system, but when the Sheriff's Department pulls, someone over in whatever municipality or area, or the city of Delafield does, they will create a record, but you today do not have access to that information. So moving forward with View Access, you would also have access to all of that information as well.
Okay.
Questions for Don?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Thanks, Don. I think I'm about done. So we obviously recommend consolidation. We're extremely good at public safety services in dispatching. We provide services for 31 of the 37 communities in Waukesha right now. I think that retaining your clerical staff to do the work that you find the dispatches are currently doing to provide that level of customer service that the city expects is probably appropriate as well. We've seen New Berlin, Brookfield, Menominee Falls all do that, and they've all had success. We've had success with them. So without any other further questions, I appreciate the time.
Karen, did you have another question?
Yeah.
Then you go after her.
All right, to Alderman Spiegelberg's point in regards to 911, and if,
No, let Karen ask the question.
if we were to solicit and get 911 cell calls, if we retained local dispatch, what would that do to Western Lakes Fire for our citizens that would initiate calls? Because they would still be with WCC, correct?
Right, we would have a very similar system when 2017 occurred and Western Lakes started providing services to the city of Oconomowoc, right? There was bifurcated dispatch for fire service, which is not good. So it'd be a delay, unless there was some access granted and provided of the paging network and the environment. So it'd be complicated to include Western Lakes Fire.
I just wanted to understand if this scenario was
Sure.
ideal for local dispatch to have cell service be dealt with locally, what that would do to the other public safety entity if that was taken away from Western, or from WCC.
Yeah, your most critical folks in medical crisis or fire crisis would have a delay. That's the best I can call it, unless we give them access to that. I will say this, the future is coming with regards to location accuracy. There will be a day where 911 calls are routed based on where you're at, not based on where you are in the utility environment. That's 3 to 5 years out for the state of Wisconsin.
Okay, Karen, you have a question?
A statement too. I talked to New Berlin and I talked to Brookfield. I don't think we are a similar community to Brookfield, and our circumstances are much different here than Brookfield. New Berlin went on board for huge financial reasons because they were looking at capital costs probably quadruple what we're looking at. So I don't think we can compare apples to apples with some of this as well. There are varying circumstances as to why different communities go on board with WCC, and I just wanted to put that out there. The other thing is, I mean, there's advantages and disadvantages to big consolidations like yourself. When I talked to Brookfield, and I know they've been on with you guys a long time now, they said there were a lot of growing pains early on. I know a lot of that has been resolved. I understand that. But what do you think are some of the biggest challenges? We know what we have here, and we know what to expect here, and we know what we have here. What would you say is the biggest challenge to being a large consolidation like you are?
I always say interfaces. That's the four-letter word of any consolidation, is the interface from our computer-aided dispatch system into your records management system. Because that's where all the work gets done, right? Yes, we do arrests right, but we process paperwork, and that's all important to do. So having that integration is important, and that's been the bane of large consolidations when you're not looking at one focused system, is to maintain that. The good news here is Menominee Falls is already integrated. They have some struggles. We recognize that. We have some struggles with that interface as well, but we work through it in a partnership environment. So I would say interfaces are probably the biggest thing that we have difficulty with.
Eric?
I have a question about the 43-second delay when a call comes in from a cell phone to get over to our dispatch.
Sure.
Is there a 40, if a call comes in, say there's an accident or a fire that requires EMS or fire and police, all three, is there a delay? Are the EMS and fire getting it 43 seconds sooner than our police officers, than our dispatches? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying at 40.
Something like that?
Yeah,
I guess what I'm wondering is.
Sure, really good question. Excellent question, actually. So in our pre-alert environment,
Yep.
When we know where it is and have access, we're doing that. So in the fire and EMS side, we know where is it and what is it, and we're putting that call up, and the dispatcher's confirming the response and sending it forward to Tones. So they're being notified. Law enforcement is hearing that on the scanner as we're making the transfer, right, into Oconomowoc Police Dispatch.
Okay.
So the call taker says, ooh, this is the big one. I'm gonna transfer and bring law enforcement response in. They've already put a call up for Waukesha County, right, for Western Lakes Fire and EMS to respond. The paging tones are going out as we're making that phone call. Why? Because the dispatcher for fire and EMS is putting that call out as we're pushing the transfer button, the star code button, to get to the police department dispatch. And that may be the second call, or the third call, or the fourth call, or the fifth call. All calls that are coming reporting that accident are being transferred.
Okay, I just want to know if 85% of the calls are cell phone calls and our police force is getting delayed by it because it's not instantaneous. It seems like it might be less efficient to be doing it this way for our law enforcement. I guess I'm trying to. You said there's definitely a delay of 43 seconds to get to our dispatch. That's like a milestone or something?
Well, that's just our records this year from May to October. So I said, give me 6 months of the most recent data for transfer for priority one. Priority one calls are answered at time of ring and presentation to the dispatcher to the time of putting that information out over the radio. Takes us 43 seconds to find out where it is and what it is.
Okay.
So at that point, I'm pushing a button, right? I'm transferring that call to Oconomowoc Police Dispatch. We're warm transferring, saying at 123 Main Street, right, you have a traffic accident with injury, we're sending Western Lakes Fire and EMS. You're talking to Jane, and her phone number is, right, 262. Right, so that warm transfer is occurring. What happens post that button push and that warm transfer, I don't know how long that takes. I think the chief has documentation on
Okay.
what that takes.
I know I talked to some police officers and there's some frustration with some delays in the system. And I'm not exactly sure where they are, but I guess I just want to make sure that either route we go, we're doing something that's the safest for our community, not necessarily the most cost effective. So I want the best system in place that provides best for all three phases, the fire, EMS, and police. What I'm hoping for.
One more question, and then we're gonna go to the chief.
So if you have a major incident like Andy was talking about, shooter at the high school or active shooter situation on Highway 67, where you have multi-jurisdictional dispatch and deployment, how do you work with local dispatch in regards to that? And who controls what? I mean, now it's not just the Oconomowoc PD responding, it's Waukesha County Sheriff, it's the surrounding municipalities to provide mutual aid, and they're on your system and we're on ours.
Right, so we're on the same radio system, which is the great part about this, right? It's just a matter of on your hip, turning the key button to change channel, or in the squad doing the same thing. Who controls the incident is really based on where is the incident and their capability. So we won't jump in and take anything unless we're asked to take it over, if that makes sense. So local dispatch, City Waukesha is a great one. They handle all our stuff, right? Doesn't mean that the agencies that surround them, that we provide service to, doesn't jump on their channel and tactically respond. The capability is there to do that. Who handles that event, who's capable of handling that event while other things are coming in? My vote is Waukesha County Communications, right, that has a minimum of 8 people sitting in the room any time of the day. Not a 1 or 2 person dispatch center to handle that large event.
Okay. Well, thank you for your information. We'll let the city, and then we'll debate it amongst ourselves. And you
Again,
may be
thank you
called
guys
back
very
up
much.
for questions. Chief?
Well, our staff recommendation is we retain our dispatch services. Captain Jim Pfister is going to give our presentation. Jim has been involved in dispatch since 2009, including a complete renovation in 2010. Since that time, he's intricately involved in the dispatch, all the equipment, everything related to it. So I'll turn it over to Jim, and we'll be ready to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Chief. Tonight, I'm obviously here to talk about the City of Oconomowoc Dispatch Center and what we do, and obviously the upgrade that was planned for our dispatch center. Currently, the upgrade for the dispatch center equipment is scheduled to take place with the new public safety facility that was approved by the council. The current equipment is 9 years old. The industry standard at the time that that equipment was put in was approximately 10 years. The new dispatch equipment industry standard is now 10 to 15 years. And this time it's not really feasible for us to move the equipment out of our current location to the new location because we'd be, the dispatch center would be out of operation for an extended period of time. Currently, the City of Oconomowoc Dispatch Center provides dispatch services for the City of Oconomowoc Police Department and also the Town of Oconomowoc Police Department. That contract with the Town of Oconomowoc does end at the end of this year, just to make you aware of that. It's just in 2018, the City of Oconomowoc Dispatch Center answered over 44,000 phone calls, over 39,000 were city-related calls. We had over 3,200 walk-in complaints and over 3,200 were 911 calls. Our dispatchers dispatched over 18,000 calls for service. And our dispatch center has 5 full-time dispatchers with experience of 67 years in the dispatch service here. Our least senior dispatcher has 8 years of dispatching experience as well. Some positive aspects of the Oconomowoc Dispatch Center is the public safety, obviously number 1, with officer safety as number 2. One of the other positive aspects is that we have control over dispatch services. We have a high level of quality service. We retain decision-making authority, and this council retains budgetary control over our dispatch center. We can operate our own records management system. We have a high efficiency in dispatching calls, and another important thing is the local knowledge of our city. Switching to Waukesha County Communications, there'll be a loss of local operation control, a delay of records requests, increased dispatch time. One of our other concerns that WCC brought up and Gary talked about was shared radio airtime with other area law enforcement agencies. WCC advised us there'll be 8 other jurisdictions on Area 3, which would be the area we'd be assigned to. Currently, those other 8 jurisdictions, let's just say they have 2 officers on at a time, you basically have 16 officers that are on that channel. To have 8 different jurisdictions on there, and then during the day you might have detectives or other personnel that are on there. We believe that that radio channel would have high traffic volume and our officers would have trouble getting on, thus causing officer safety issues. You look at other areas, Menominee Falls, who has their own channel, and New Berlin as well, average about 11 to 15 officers on their own radio frequency. So I do believe that our frequency that we be put on would have a high volume and possibly, endanger our officers being unable to get on the air at this time. Currently, our communication center with Dodge and Jefferson County is able to transmit those calls for service directly out to the squads. Where we did talk with Waukesha Radio Services and WCC, they did advise that they could implement that as well, and that they would absorb that cost for the implementation to get Jefferson and Dodge County on the frequencies. One important thing that I just want to point out, WCC is a communication center. You know, that's defined as an agency charged with the responsibility of handling and controlling communications traffic. You heard WCC's presentation here today, and they talked about how they dispatch, how they answer calls and dispatch it out. The city of Oconomowoc is a local dispatch center. There's a difference. It does provide the same features as a communications center, and plus that, we have other duties that serve the local community as needed. We can adapt and change to serve the needs as they change in the local community, and we can do that without approval from other communities currently. With that, we'll go on to the call processing part at this point. WCC has the call taker dispatcher system in their dispatch center. We use the one call taker is dispatcher. So this results in a majority of priority 1 and priority 2 type calls for service having a pre-alert type method already built in. We've been doing this for a very long time here in Oconomowoc. And prior to WCC even initiating pre-alert systems, we actually had that going in our dispatch center. I'm very proud that our dispatcher can take the call. They can advise the units to respond to the address or the area while still on with the caller. And while they're on with the caller and the units are en route, they're giving live updated information to our officers. So if that call is changing from 2 subjects fighting to a subject with a gun, our officer is going to know that in split seconds, okay? The results of this is reduced time between the call and the dispatch time. Our Oconomowoc dispatch average processing time for all calls is 37 seconds. You heard WCC up here, I believe the number was 43 or 44 seconds for their call processing. That's priority 1 and priority 2 calls. We're doing 37 seconds, that's for all calls. That's priority 1, that's priority 2, that's a priority 3 parking complaint and everything else. We're getting that dispatched out to our dispatch centers. They do an excellent job on that. Next are a couple of slides on comparisons. I'm not going to go through every line item here. You guys have looked at the PowerPoint and it's out there. I'm just going to highlight a couple areas. Severe weather siren activation. Currently, yes, Oconomowoc, we set off our own weather siren that's on top of this building here. WCC, that would be limited. The reason I put that as limited on there is from our conversations and meeting with them. When WCC sets off weather sirens, if we would transfer that over to them, they set it off whenever there's a tornado warning in Waukesha County. So if there's a tornado in East Troy, okay, the siren on top of up here is going to activate and it's going to go off. However, if there's a tornado warning in Jefferson and Dodge County that is on our border and coming to Oconomowoc, that would not be set off. We currently do. We set that off in anticipation of severe weather that is located near us in a different county as well. When they set it up, they activate the sirens throughout the whole county. One of the other areas is after-hour calls from citizens and other departments. We answer those calls. We help them with any problems that they have that are related to questions about park and rec, questions about our utilities, our wastewater, regular city hall questions and so forth of that nature. 2 of the other ones are the bail bond collection and the activation of security doors in our police department.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Cap.
Hang on, Lou, go ahead.
In this review, the no's and the limiteds are if we don't maintain administrative support staff or clerical staff here and retain that service level locally, right? So if you were provided with the 5 full-time staff here and said, we get to set off the weather siren, we can control that. We don't have to give that up to WCC.
Certainly. The no is that WCC will not do that, okay? You can see the icons in front of several of the items on this slide and in the future slide, and that indicates that that could be taken over by 24/7 clerical staffing. So that's That's an important factor, correct.
Yeah, so we don't necessarily lose that if we maintain.
Not on the stuff that is limited and known and has a C, but that would require 24/7 clerical services to maintain those.
Pat, did you have something?
It was the same point. I mean,
Same question? Okay.
yeah, the slideshow's got the C, which indicates, and right now, the way the budget was amended is we're keeping that 24/7 clerical staffing right now.
Right.
So,
Continue.
One follow-up. To this analysis, we would lose, regardless of maintaining local staffing or not, if we went to WCC, phone recording system live access, dispatch CAD reports, unit history, unit response time reports, and records management system data validation, according to the PowerPoint summary. There were no
Correct.
Cs associated with that. Are those critical elements associated with life safety and community service?
That's a tough question to answer.
Thank you.
Okay?
I-
No,
yeah,
I'll
it's-
admit, that's a tough
yeah.
question. But I'm gonna tell you, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Because we need that data to figure out where it's the best place, what's the best times, what's our staffing needs, and what we need to do out here in the community to keep our citizens safe. See, the thing is it doesn't always, everything doesn't rely on a dispatch center as well, okay? So a lot of these reports that we can currently generate, because we have a one CAD RMS system that's called ProPhoenix. Okay? All of our CAD data flows into our RMS system, okay? The reports that we can generate combine that data together to make efficient reports for the chief, myself, and other admin to, adjust our staffing, to adjust our hours of, who's working when and so forth, and different types of items of that nature. So ultimately, can that affect life? Yeah. I guess that's the way I would put it. I mean, are you saying, is that going to affect on the 911 call, for an EMS call, that report? No. Yeah, does that make sense?
It does. And one final question in regards to this. We'll be switching to a new system as budgeted if we stay local. Do all of the features that you currently have outlined here reflect in that transfer of equipment? Or is this based on the existing equipment? And is there any difference?
I guess switching to a new system, I'm not sure which system you're
Whatever one we're
recommending.
budgeting
We're using,
for.
ProPhoenix will remain. That will not change. That ProPhoenix, if our dispatch center remains, we would still continue to use ProPhoenix CAD and ProPhoenix RMS. So that wouldn't change. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I just didn't know if we were, remain local, we have $550,000 allocated for equipment upgrades and replacement. Is that just newer equipment and newer technology using the same technology, the same software packages and all the other?
For CAD and RMS, it's the same package. That is updated twice a month, if not more, depending. So there's updates that are accomplished on that system. So that's a continuous update that occurs to just keep everything up to date in there.
Okay.
So,
Thanks.
okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. The second page here that we already kind of got to, several items were brought up already. The phone recording system, there's a 1 hour delay set in by WCC before you can do that. They do say if it's obviously an emergency circumstance that we can call a supervisor to try and get recording a little bit quicker than that. But to hear anything of that nature, it's a 1 hour delay. Currently, administrative staff can listen live to any recordings or with a slight, like a 1-2 second delay. Any cases that appear or happen, major cases, we can go on there and re-listen and hear anything else that might help our cases in the initial stages. City squad mapping, there's a reduced capability in that with the services that are offered by the county. And the bottom three, I think, are very, very critical areas. No longer live monitoring. That goes for not only public works, but that's utilities, wastewater, park and rec. Currently, our dispatch center has those channels programmed in where they listen live to what's going on. So if Public Works is out there and they see a crime in progress, they don't have to switch channels to try and get a hold of a dispatch center. They don't have to try to run back to a car or get a cell phone or do something like that. They, you know, they have radios and so forth, and they can advise our dispatch immediately of that crime in progress, and we can respond. Then there's more than just crimes in progress. They listen to traffic accidents. Case in point, the car train accident. Department of Public Works was ready when we called and said that we needed barricades and we needed cleanup and everything else. They're listening and monitoring our radio channel, and they are already set and prepared. You put us on a radio channel that has 8 other jurisdictions on there, and you expect somebody from the Department of Public Works to figure out who's responding to that accident and who's doing what, is a little more challenging, is what I'm going to say. With that as well, we talked about some power outages and first contact. We are the first contact for Oconomowoc Utilities. I want to make it clear, we don't receive 200 calls at one time. I agree with Gary that if you receive 200 calls at one time, nobody's going to handle 200 calls at one time. But we may take 200 calls over an hour time period for power outages. And what our dispatchers do is they don't just answer the call and tell them, hey, your power is going to come on as soon as they get it fixed, you know, or I don't know how long it's going to take. We get estimates from utilities, and we advise our citizens of that. What we do is our dispatchers write down the address, your exact address, when you call up and say you don't have power. So when utilities is called in, they call our dispatch center and say, hey, what addresses do you got? It narrows it down for them. They find the location, and the power goes on quicker in this community because of that. One of the last points on here is Park and Rec. I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, sir. Just, so, radio frequencies have been talked about a few times.
Right.
I want to make sure I understand this. The WCC radio frequencies that have been mentioned are for dispatching units to the particular location. Once you're there, you're switching to a local channel, right? You're doing your chatter between officers, not on a dispatch channel, but on a local operation channel. Is that
I would say that depends. Okay, I mean, currently we don't do that. Okay, if the county and I'll be perfectly honest that question was not asked to the county. But if listening to other frequencies, and maybe the chief or the lieutenant can answer that question as well. But our dispatch center operates on the one channel. Do we have side channels? Absolutely. Okay, and stuff goes on there. But you want that stuff on the main channel. Because, I mean, if our officers are pulling a subject over, we run license plates, we run people over the air. We don't do it all by computer, okay? They will run them by computer, but that all goes over the air. And that goes over the air for a reason. So our other officers can hear that information, okay? And they can go, hey, I dealt with that guy last week, and he resisted me, okay? That's the knowledge that our officers have. If we go to the system of WCC where there's a lot of radio traffic and we're not doing that, or you got to go on your radio and switch the channel, okay, I'm going to tell you inherently, officers aren't going to switch a channel, okay? They don't like switching channels on their radio. They want to be able to talk on one channel, and they want to be able to hear everybody, okay, that's going on. That's the service that happens on our frequency. Okay, going over to WCC, when we asked the question, they said that we could run that over the main, and do all that stuff. But once again, I question the amount of radio traffic on that channel.
Got it.
Is how I would phrase that.
And again, just to clarify, the 3 points that you're going through that I agree are important.
Sure.
Community services, Public Works, outage, and Park and Rec.
Sure.
That would be maintained if we had local clerical administrative
It
support.
would be maintained, okay? But I do want to make you aware, I don't know that it would be maintained at the same level that it currently is, because if a clerical person is there and they're doing other work, or they're taking a lobby call or something else, they're focused on that and might not hear the radio. Okay, I understand that the clerical positions, there's something out there that it would, could be offered to dispatchers and so forth. That doesn't mean that it's gonna be a dispatcher that's a clerical person. That's if they choose to take those positions. We may end up with a clerical person who knows nothing about dispatching anybody, okay? And in that's another area that we have to train them in to listen. So if they're distracted up there, they might not hear that. Currently, our dispatchers are dispatchers and they're sitting there 24/7.
Okay.
Okay?
Keep going.
Go on to the next slide here. Other services that our dispatch center offers. Dispatch center is responsible for the crime prevention programs. They're responsible for planning and coordinating the police department's special events. We have a QPR program that is out there where we talk to the public, and it's to prevent suicide and saves lives. We're responsible for the emergency locates also for Oconomowoc Utilities. Those calls come in late at night sometimes. And we're responsible for the city animal impound, tracking of lost and found animals, and the release of animals after hours. We take after-hour utility bill payments and contact city utilities for reconnects immediately. And we do public relations with the local community for the police department and dispatch center. Just on the financial side, briefly, before I turn it over to finance, currently what we have in there is what the council was suggesting. The employee costs remain in the budget, but we do believe that there is a need to maintain 24/7 in the police department if changing to WCC. And you can see that they could cover a lot of other duties as the chart showed in there. I will reiterate that WCC currently has no positions. That was as of our meeting with WCC. We confirmed they have no positions. I heard a change here today from Gary that I'm assuming they have one position open. Currently, what we were told at the meeting was that they had 5 open positions, but they had 5 or 6 people in training to fill those positions at this time. And they would have to go through the process that Gary explained for WCC.
Go ahead, Matt. Yeah, Captain, I have a question back on that last slide. We're talking about maintaining the staff or people being distracted because they have other duties, but this slide, you say this is to continue duties dispatchers currently provide and to take over new duties for areas that WCC does not provide. But I don't get that because the 5 gals we're keeping on right now are doing those duties right now. We're not adding new duties.
Okay,
Right?
That's a fair statement.
Yeah, because, that slide's a little, I guess it just doesn't make sense. They're not going to take on any duties. If anything, the 5 people that are staying on as 24/7 clerical are taking on less duties because they're no longer dispatching.
Well, actually, there are other duties that they would take on that they currently don't do that would need to help out because we would be having to implement a transcription for officers and so forth. So that would be an additional duty.
So there's a couple other duties, but they
Correct.
won't
So
be
I do
doing
believe
that
the
full-
statement is correct as written.
But they won't be doing the full dispatching, so that'll free up the time to do some of those additional duties to the extent they exist.
Correct, which is, I think, is what I'm referring to there in that statement.
What other duties other than the transcribing?
Boy, I believe they would be entering RMS information because, which I have not gotten into here, the interface that WCC has between ProPhoenix and their CAD system Intergraph only brings over between, I don't know, I believe it's 85% of the data. Is that correct, Lieutenant? Yeah. So there would be manual entries that have to occur by the clerical staff at that point to correct data and enter that data. One of the other major points that happens is that tracks will not flow, which tracks is our electronic citation. So every traffic citation that we enter would also have to be manually entered and verified. There's an issue with validation of addresses. So every address for every single call that the city will go to will now have to be verified by a clerical person, whereas that is all seamless right now because we have a one system CAD and RMS system, sir.
But so, one of the things in the budget presentation that's going to be later, I think, from Lori, has an IT person to cover all that, some of that integration stuff with the 2 systems, right? There's a $43,000 line item in there to handle that part of the system, right?
Correct, but that IT person's not gonna enter data, because that would be a data person. That would be a clerical position. There are other, issues with interface and so forth that are specific to IT that have to be addressed in order to get the calls through the system that get stuck. That requires an IT person. That's not something that a clerical or myself can do. That would require an IT person, which is backed up by Menominee Falls and New Berlin with their hiring. And we did go visit both places.
Right,
And they
was-
talked about that.
And Captain, that was my understanding, is that the IT person would help kind of unclog that 10 to 15% problems with the conversion between.
Well,
the
they
two
would work on that, correct. But that still wouldn't solve even on a regular call, it doesn't get stuck. We have the issues of not getting all the information into the system.
Yeah, and that's, I know they're working on that, and I'm assuming that that's something we can work through, hopefully. So, thanks.
Certainly.
Tom, you got a question?
Hey, Captain, the meds haven't kicked into me yet, but that 37 seconds kind of bothered me a little bit before there. Now, you had 44,000 calls, so there has to be, at one time, backed up 3 or 4 or 5 calls on the same thing. So how do you warranty that 37 seconds that you can get from point A to point B?
How am I coming to 34 seconds?
Yeah.
Our phone system that's currently there tracks every call that comes in, okay, and then it tracks what time it was answered as. I'm not saying that people aren't put on hold, okay? There are people put on hold. What I'm talking about is the time that we're getting the call and the time that it's processed by our center. And that's the key part is when you say process in a call like the county says, that can mean a lot of different things. Okay, that can mean that the dispatcher has processed it as the call is up on the screen. It can mean that it's been processed and it's been dispatched. It can mean, when you talk process, it can mean from the time the call is received all the way to the end of the call when an officer clears the call. So I mean, I can put different numbers up here, and that's not what I'm trying to do. We're trying to be open with our information and just put out there, this is the average time that I can pull from my phone system. So, could you say it might be off seconds here and there? Absolutely. And I would say the same thing for the county information.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So.
I'm just saying, if you have 6 people holding on the line, it's got to be longer.
Right, but we have other things in there. I mean, we have, if you called there, you've probably talked to me. There's times where I answer the phone, okay, and so forth. We work as a team, okay? The county isn't the only place that works as a team, so, okay? Go on to the next slide here. Going back, the cost to upgrade Oconomowoc Dispatch, we submitted $550,000. We believe that the current standard of 10 to 15 years would be the lifespan for that equipment that we'd be purchasing for the $550,000. The joining fee you already saw that was presented by the county. We have the same numbers on that. And then I will go to finance to talk about anything further, unless anybody has any questions for me. Yes.
Is that okay? Oh.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, there's a lot of talk about how, all the cell phone calls go to WCC already. But you told me that most businesses in Oconomowoc operate on landlines still. So can you speak to the benefit of keeping dispatch local for those businesses?
Oh, I mean, that's huge. I mean, your local businesses, you look at Shorehaven, you look at our community, and we're putting more of the care centers and senior centers in here and so forth. Those places all have landlines. They're not calling 911 on a cell. They're calling us. So I guess I would argue the point of 80% of all calls are cell calls. That might be for the county, because they take the 911 cell calls. We have asked for those cell calls to be released to us, and that has not happened. And certainly if you take most of those calls, that's what your numbers are going to show. If you look at our stats that I gave out earlier, the 3,200 911 calls versus, the 44,000 calls and so forth like that, our records don't indicate that for the city of Oconomowoc. The city of Oconomowoc's a little bit different, okay? But different is, I'm proud of it being different, you know? We have a lot of people that retain their landlines. That's just the nature of Oconomowoc, you know? For whatever reason that is. But you look at those numbers, and we're nowhere near that 80% number at this time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Another quick question for you.
Sure.
We have not put this equipment out for bid yet, obviously.
Correct.
But you told me the last time this went out for bid with the current equipment that we have 9 years ago, that you guys actually came in 20,000 under budget.
Correct.
And I just want to say that I was impressed with that, and that
Thank you.
there's obviously that possibility that this equipment would come in at less than 550,000. So.
Correct, thank you.
It's a great point in regards to the businesses and Shorehaven being an example. I would imagine most calls from Shorehaven from a landline would come in to local dispatch and then have to go to the WCC for EMS dispatch, because I would imagine most of the services provided to those types of businesses in our community are more EMS related than police related, correct?
I would say that for Shorehaven, yes, I would say that's a fair statement at Shorehaven. For our other memory care places and so forth like that, no. A lot of times, that's the police department responding to those type of calls, and we deal with those patients there that are being unruly for any given reason, you know, before EMS is even called for, you know, and so forth. I mean, one of the things I want to point out as well is when the decision was made when Western Lakes Fire went over, you know, to WCC, the city decided to pay 15% of that cost, you know, to go over. And that was based off of, you know, a lot of different factors, but at our dispatch center, we showed that only 11% of the calls that our dispatcher takes were EMS fire related. Okay, 89% are PD related. And so forth. So do I agree that, yes, there's a delay, you know, for a fire call if you know, the county's grabbing it and this and that? There is. But part of the agreement back then with WCC was that when those phone calls come in, that there would be an immediate contact with our department. And one thing we requested at that time is to make that contact instead of going through all of the other protocols. And you know, we shouldn't be hearing a pre-alert on fire EMS before we're getting notified of something and so forth. That's a challenge right now for them. Okay, even though they said they could do that, that's not. And a priority 1, priority 2 call, and we're getting a 43-second delay from WCC. I think it's not right. And I guess where I stand on that is I don't know how far they're going to go. Yeah, I mean, how far is that delay going to be? I mean, if they, you know, for us, like I said, our dispatchers. They're on the phone and they're getting the information out and so forth. We would love the opportunity to take our 911 cells, and I think we could do it just as good.
But if we took our 911 cell calls, then that would impact Western Lakes.
It wouldn't be 43 seconds. I guarantee you that we could do it better in a shorter amount of time.
So to that, and we had a little conversation in regards to doing it better. We have a $550,000 budget item for the equipment. We had a little discussion about, is that realistic to maintain over the 10-year period? And WCC mentioned that 5-year period life cycle for what they are maintaining. Can you help, because that is a relatively large CapEx over that 10-year period, what you had discussed?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different factors in there. Homeland Security did a report on this, and I got the paperwork in my folder. Homeland Security did a study on this. They now say, they changed it to 10 to 15 years for dispatch equipment. So the 5-year thing might be a county thing. I'm not sure where that comes in. But I can tell you that our current dispatch equipment is running perfectly. okay? If we weren't going to a new facility, I wouldn't be standing in front of you asking you for $550,000. I'll be honest with you, okay? We're at that time, and we can't transfer it over, so that's why we're here. Is there yearly maintenance costs? Yes, we sign up for the maintenance packages. Our prior dispatch center equipment lasted us 17 years. Were there times that I believe money had to be spent and, you know, it came back to the council in that 17 years? There probably was. I wasn't here. I don't know for that, okay? But I could tell you what we do now is we keep up our maintenance packages, okay? We monitor all of our equipment on a daily basis. And I'm sure, and obviously WCC does the same thing, okay? When you get into technology changes, the real world, your cell phone's outdated in 2 months, okay? That's not the way it works in the 911 system or the dispatch system, okay? I sat and watched my kids texting, okay? That's 17 years ago. My kids are on a phone texting, okay? Text to 911, 2 years ago. That's how long it took for that technology to catch up with the 911 system. And that's not necessarily a fault of anybody, but it's a funding level at the federal and the state part. And those funds got to be, you know, provided, and AT&T and the systems, you know, the lines have to be changed, and everything has to be updated, you know. So I don't believe that some of the thing, you know, 5 years is our equipment that I'm going to purchase here going to be outdated? No. I've talked to all the vendors and I've asked them. My current equipment is able to do everything that Gary's has said. We're phase 2 as well, okay? I'm set up right now to take those 911 cells. I could do text messages. It's all set up, okay? I can do all of that stuff.
But we
So
don't do
that's where I
text
am.
message right now.
I'm sorry?
But we don't do text message right now.
I don't, because the way that would come over and so forth. I mean, in the new system, it's going to be implemented and sitting there waiting, yes, and we should be able to do it. That would only depend on how the data is being transferred over to us. If it's a text 911 to WCC, obviously we'll have to work with them on how that data is coming over to make sure that we could get that information. If they can't provide me that information, then I think the county would need to fix that system.
Would it be a fair statement to say that based on the current policies from federal level down, that the funding is set up to go to consolidated dispatches, dispatch centers to help with the implementation of those technologies before we get to local?
No.
No? Okay.
No, no, not at all. If the federal government's going to come down and make changes, or they're mandated to supply funding to all dispatch centers at some point. May they start with consolidated? They might.
Okay.
Okay, but according to the people that I have talked to, that funding needs to be provided during that time.
Cool, thank you.
Let's continue the presentation so we can get to the financial stuff.
Yep. And I will turn that over to. And just so everybody's aware, we did update some slides in here from what you received in your packet because the numbers that WCC gave us did change. So it will be different than what's in your packet, so.
Okay, we'll start with the finance slides. I started with comparing the capital costs that the city would have to have and the costs for WCC. We've all heard about the $162,440 one-time buy-in costs. After going through the research and talking and trying to decide, are there any other one-time costs that we would have for the transition? That's why you see additional costs in the WCC column. So based on our research, you know, I know that Don talked a little bit about the IT infrastructure setup. So that includes the router. I know that they're gonna we have to buy the router, they're gonna install it for us, but we will have to install a separate server and a firewall. in order for the communication between the WCC records and the city records to be imported into our system. So that's that $6,125. The City Pro Phoenix interface cost, while we do have a cost that we share with the Village in Menominee Falls for Pro Phoenix interface at WCC, this $27,600 is for our Pro Phoenix interface cost in the city. It's not a shared cost with anybody, it's our own cost. That'll be a one-time cost to set up that interface on this side.
Is that the one that's, I'm sorry, Lori, is that the one that's shared? Is it that the shared?
That's not the shared one.
What's the shared one?
The shared one is a cost that WCC talked about that we would share with Menominee Falls, and that would be an annual fee. And I think that fee was about $2,500.
20, yeah, okay, 2,200,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay? So we'll get to those because those are ongoing costs, so that's on the next slide. These are one-time outlays. So then, I know that the captain also talked to you about transcription for the clerical, so we don't have the equipment for that, that's in there. And then our IT transition costs. We would start, if we move over to WCC, we would start transition with them probably late this year or early next year, getting the IT components set up. This is a estimate from our IT consultant to work with us throughout the first part of the year to make sure that we're having a smooth transition in our IT and their IT, talking to each other, getting all of the equipment and everything set up and ready to move forward in like May or June of next year.
Yep. Lori, is that $30,000, is that included as part of the $43,000 for dispatch?
Absolutely not. We're on two completely separate pages, okay?
I
So the-
understand that, but,
these costs up here are one-time costs. The costs on the next page that I'm going to get to in a second are ongoing annual costs.
Operational costs.
Correct. So this is a one-time fee that we will have with our outside IT consultant, working with WCC's IT people, getting us a smooth transition with our data and their data, okay?
Real quick. The 162,440 buy-in is what WCC said they could split over 2 years.
Correct. And we'll talk about, we need to talk about that a little bit too.
Yep.
I mean,
Still a cost.
It's still a
yes.
cost, but it impacts the levy differently, and it
So if it's 2 years, 10 years, doesn't matter, it's still a cost.
I agree with that.
It's still $162,000.
Still 162,000.
Whether we pay it in 2 years, whether we pay it in 10 years, whether we pay it in 1 year, it's still $162,000.
Up here, those are one-time costs, not annual costs, okay?
Yep.
Earlier in September, when we talked about this, we talked about, well, what is that mill rate amount going to be? In order for me to translate a $550,000 cost that we were going to spread over 10 years and a one-time cost, we annualized both so that we could compare the mill rate at that time. It's really difficult to do this otherwise. I mean, we can do half and half with them. We could do one time on ours as well instead of putting it over 10 years if we wanted to.
if we took debt for 1 year and paid it back.
Yep.
That's,
I mean, you know, there's different ways that we could do it. So it's really hard to put those capital costs into terms until, you know, you decide exactly what it's going to be. Now, if we go with the one-time WCC costs, with that 162, if we can pay half this year and pay half next year, I mean, yes, that's a decision then, and I can tell you, you know, what that amount is. Same thing if we did the 550 over 2 years instead of 10, okay? So anyway, those are the additional costs that we've identified as one-time costs for moving over to WCC that you didn't see before. So that's why we're listing them out for you and letting you know what they are. Now, when we move on, go ahead.
When you said see before when?
I'm sorry, at revised from our discussion that we had on September 24th,
Saw the 162, but we didn't see the other numbers.
correct?
Yep.
So that's why I'm pointing it out to you. So you just don't see 239 and wonder where I came up with it, okay?
because ultimately that differential is how you got from 7 to 5.
Yes. And that's why, you know, I put on here, these slides are revised from what we looked at on September 24th at the Committee of the Whole meeting, okay?
Can we get this any finance?
So we move on to the operational. I know there's a lot of numbers on here, and I'm hoping that you'll be able to see it on your screen just a little bit better. But listen, this is the operating budget that we looked at on 9/17 and on 9/24. On 9/17, it was purely a dispatch budget, right? And then you said, let's take dispatch out of here and look at what the costs are to move over to WCC instead, right? So then on 9/24, we showed you what we had presented at the 2020 budget and what we thought our estimated costs were for moving over to WCC. At that time, there's some highlighted numbers in here, and those are really the only numbers that changed, okay? At that time, we were saying that the savings would be about $34,000, right? After we've done our research and spent that extra couple of weeks getting the numbers from WCC, we had originally estimated that our annual fee to Waukesha County would be about 10 grand. Now, today, we know that that'll be $5,834, okay? Another thing that we looked at in here and changed is the fact that the town of Oconomowoc will no longer do dispatch with us. So we had to remove this revenue source that was offsetting some of our costs, right? So our operating costs now are higher because we no longer have that offset. This is just a small adjustment that was made here. This used to be, looks like 33,000 and it's 32. And this was just an adjustment that between the captain and I looking at the Pro Phoenix numbers, okay? In our original estimates, over here, when we talked about this, there was no change to any employee time other than part-time. So we eliminated part-time dispatch and the benefits that are included in that. So you can see where part-time dispatch was, there's no cost. And where the FICA and WRS is, there's where the savings is over here. So I'm just trying to show you how we went from one meeting to the next meeting. So from the first meeting, we agreed that it was about, at that time, about a $34,000 savings. It would take us about 6 months to move over to WCC, so we agreed to change the budget by about $17,000. Now, when we look at this over here, you can see that that changed to about 56, man, that is small. $66,000. And a lot of that change really came from taking that $27,000 away, okay? And then at the bottom, of course, when we did the buy-in costs or capital over 10 years, that changed a little bit, as we just talked about. So overall, presented the same way it was presented at the Committee of the Whole meeting, the full savings here after all of this comes up to $97,000. There's one other thing that we need to talk about, and that is why I have Dispatch Professional Services IT highlighted here. I have nothing in here right now because we didn't talk about that at the meeting, but I do want to talk about it, and I did provide a slide for you. Now, it's my understanding that Waukesha County will work closely with us to help us get our IT set up and get us ready to receive the data that they have. They have worked with the Village of Menominee Falls to work out an interface. Let me say this, the Village of Menominee Falls uses Pro Phoenix, so do we. They've worked on an interface that brings most of the data over into the Pro Phoenix environment. After personally going to Menominee Falls and talking to their IT people, their IT person provided me with reports that shows the difference between what comes into the county system and what makes it to the village system or the Pro Phoenix system. So he gave me statistics over 6 months' time. And for, the most part, I talked to Don Hoffman over at WCC, and he's like, it's about 85%. Unfortunately for the police department, that means 15% of their stuff isn't there, right? When we take a look at that, that's on their regular information that comes over. There's a couple of other items that are a big problem that I know that we will still have to work with Waukesha if there's ways that we can work through their protocols that will help it come into our system better. And the things I'm talking about are phone calls and follow-ups. Because right now, in order for dispatch, when the police call dispatch, they give it a, I'm going to say, I think it was called a case number. Case number. So when they have a follow-up or phone calls afterwards, they have to associate it with the previous case number, which is not what we do in our system right now. So between the interface issues, the police officer may be forgetting to say, I need to associate it with a different case number that they'll have to look up and provide, or dispatch not getting that association in. I mean, there's plenty of different kinds of mistakes that can happen. But when these kind of calls don't come through, they just plain old don't come through. So when we take a look at what does dispatch in Waukesha record in their Intergraph, their CAD system in 6 months' time for these kind of calls, Intergraph records, in this case that I have this report for, Intergraph records a total of, I'm sorry, I've got two different pages, a total of 1,286 follow-up calls, right? What comes over to ProPhoenix? 79. So that's a big difference. And we're hoping that we'll be able to work with Waukesha County to work on protocols that will help some of that come over better. But it's not Waukesha County's fault or Oconomowoc fault. It is that the two different software systems don't speak well to each other. And what one system needs, the other system needs something different, in order for those records to come together and be one coherent record from start to finish. They have issues in here where it doesn't come into our system because maybe a different jurisdiction was first assigned it, and then our police officers were assigned secondly. That case will go to the first assigned officer, not to our system. So when we talk about will dispatch or clerical have to do things and IT, the answer to that's yes, because some of these phone calls and follow-ups is what Jim's talking about, that they're gonna have to do manually, because right now the system won't handle those kind of things. What IT will have to handle is the things that don't make it through because there's an issue. And this is database administration, it's not data entry. So this means going into the records, pulling up the XML computer language, finding where the issues are, fixing it, and trying to reload it. So it's two different issues that are going on. So yes, they will need clerical support to manually enter information from the police officers, generally regarding follow-ups and phone calls, and they will need to have database administration support for the items that don't flow through the system because the fields don't match. Okay? I hit this and.
Lori, do you mind going back to the
Yep,
other?
I'm sorry, I must have hit this with my hand while we were talking.
That one.
One more?
No, that's the one.
Okay.
The big one, right? With
Uh-huh.
everything in it.
So my whole point here is this gold line that was not filled in before. I put a dollar amount of $43,000 in there. So at the time, after speaking to the other communities that are using ProPhoenix or were using ProPhoenix, they had to, I'm talking they, New Berlin and Menominee Falls, had to dedicate more IT or database support to the police department in order to make these things work. So what we're looking at is about half-time, at least that's our estimate right now. So if I use an IT consultant for that, it's $125 an hour. It doesn't make any sense at all. So currently what I have in there is a half-time database administration or additional IT support. And what I did is I took what we pay our IT support person, our one and only IT support person that we have right now, and I put half of what that salary would be in there. Now, I spoke earlier today after thinking about it. It's like, could we hire from a temp agency or something like that until we get a better handle on how many hours exactly is this? But I did put a number in here, and I put it in here because I didn't want to come back to you next summer and say, hey, guess what? we need database administration and additional IT support in the police department, and now I'm gonna need another $40,000. So that's why I'm presenting this to you. I know you didn't see it before, I know you didn't hear it before, but it was also new to us in the last couple of weeks as we did our research.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna find a DBA for $43,000.
And that's part-time.
Even if it's part-time. You're gonna pay a lot more than that. That's a lot more than what a standard IT tech is.
I understand, and it's like, we don't know what those costs will be. Again, to Matt's point, you know, it's not a full year for next year. Likely, they will have to start before the full transition because they will need to probably be part of that transition service, at least at the end of it before we convert, so that they understand what the specific interface issues are or problems or how it's gonna work. So there are dollars in there right now. I'm not telling you it's going to for sure be 43,000. That's an estimate that I have.
Go ahead.
I have two things. It sounds like Menominee Falls is very similar in regards to some of the challenges with
Yeah.
system. Did you have any conversation with them in regards to utilizing their IT professional that's assisting them since it's halftime there? Is there any
They have
opportunity?
full-time.
Full-time? And they've allocated
They're
half their
they're
time?
bigger than us.
Sure.
They
So
have
got-
full-time, and I believe they also use him for other, like on their mobile data, what do you call those? The MDCs, the computers that are in the cars.
The other question, I had a two-part, was the dispatch officer salary, and we had some discussion about this earlier, just in regards to where it is in the budget. And I understand it wouldn't go away, because I'm not advocating for that, nor whatever, but right now, we have $69,560 in dispatch officer salaries. And I've been told that position currently supports dispatch around 25%.
80%.
80%.
80%. I'm looking at,
Budget at 80%.
A microphone.
so, because part of what we're evaluating is cost.
I understand that. And, when I put this together this way too, one of the things is, and, I mentioned this earlier today, when this came up, this was about budget. This was about our budget. We were working on the budget, and we're saying, what is our budget savings gonna be? What's the savings to the taxpayer going to be? We're gonna still pay for that police officer. There's no budget savings. We're still gonna have that police officer. Well, you can say it's not a direct, it's not a dispatch cost. So in dispatch alone, we may be saving money, but it's just transferring. It's not a budget savings, it's not a savings to the tax rate, because we're still gonna have that officer.
I just want to clarify, it's not a police officer, it's the lieutenant who
It's the
oversees
lieutenant.
the operations of the dispatch center and other duties. Okay.
Matt?
Yeah, wow, this is a lot of stuff to go through.
I know.
Well, you and I talked, you keep referring to the conversation that you and I had separately today, and other people aren't aware of what that conversation is. One of the problems I have with the numbers that we've been presented with is that we're comparing these numbers and then plugging in numbers, and I know it's been done for levy purposes and rate purposes and mill rate purposes, but the dispatch equipment hard costs continue. They don't end in 10 years. They start again in 10 years.
That's
and then they start
correct.
again in 10 years. What we've been told with the new police station is the lifespan of that new police station is 30 years. And if you take in kind of just a typical, inflationary increase in costs, and you go 550, in 10 years, 600, in, 20 years, 650 for this equipment, you're talking about $1.8 million in hard equipment cost over 30 years, the lifespan of the police station. And that's not factored in here. What
You're
we're doing
right.
is we're amortizing, we're just saying 10 years for the one-time cost and the 550, but that's not really true because our cost on the hard equipment is forever, as long as we keep dispatch. It will keep going. So after the 10 years is done, there's gonna be another 50,000 after that, and another 50,000 that we continue to have to pay. And if we add dispatchers, so one of the studies says we're supposed to add police officers. So if we keep adding police officers, we have to add dispatchers, which means we have to add more equipment.
Those costs keep going up. None of those things are factored in here. To Lou's point on the officer salary, so we're being told tonight that the officer salary is actually only 25% allocated to dispatch, or the job description is. But in the budget cycles for the 5 years I've been here, it's been 80%. So we're either budgeting where that time and money goes, right? Or we're being told something different here tonight. If it's 80%, which is what has been budgeted forever, that we have a lieutenant that's 80% of the job descriptions in dispatch, by removing that person from that dispatch supervisory position and essentially giving ourselves a brand new officer that can do full police duties, it's not just the $69,560. There's another $29,559 in there. And that, that's a lot of money. That's a real cost. That's real money. And that's like putting another officer on the street. Now,
Matt,
if you're
just
telling me,
Just to answer your question
Yeah.
in reference to if it's something that was created for tonight, looking at the lieutenant's job functions, dispatch supervision related activities, 25%, record supervision, 20%, evidence property supervision, 15%, special events, 20%, grant research, 10%, fleet maintenance equipment, 10%. If we retain 5 full-time people, that 25% of dispatch-related activities would go over to the clerical side.
so were we kind of wrongly budgeting that 80% for all these years then? I guess I mean, that's, again, all of a sudden we're being jammed up with new information that we didn't have, that we don't know about. I mean, that's new to me. This is the first time I've heard this.
The budget, as far as staff allocations, as you know, various staff are allocated across different, I'm going to call it department pages within an overall department budget. Those are made as estimates. Probably hasn't been revisited in a number of years. It was, I think it might have been 100% some years, a long time ago, and at one point it changed to 80%. The position is still the lieutenant position that is overseeing the operations of the dispatch center plus other duties. Those staff allocations sometimes don't necessarily get revisited across those departments, but it is a position that's still needed.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think this was actually in one of the presentations that we were given a while back, that's an 80% job. So, this is new information to me on what these budget numbers are, and that's a little disconcerting. Bottom line is, the cost will be ongoing, and no matter what we do with the numbers, those costs on keeping the dispatch here are ongoing and into perpetuity if we keep it. So we're doing a 10-year comparison now, and it makes the numbers look a little closer, but the numbers aren't close, because we pay that $230,000 once, we never pay it again.
I can't disagree with that,
Yeah,
Matt. We're
yeah, I
looking
mean-
at today, what we're
Right.
looking at in our budget. And
And-
in our budget was $550,000.
And so that's that 10-year projection, and I don't know if it's 5 years or 6 years or 10 or 15, but the cost is going to continue on that, there's no question. If you add dispatchers at some point, that cost is going to increase. If you have to do early upgrades, God forbid that WCC guy's right, and it's more like 5 or 6 years, now we're looking at another $550,000 5 years from now. Now, none of us are probably going to be on the council at that point, but now we're putting ourselves in a position where we're saying we want to spend this amount of money, and based on the 911 calls that come in, there's only 8.8 911 calls per day. We're telling our community that we need to spend all this money so that we can have people answer that many calls. And I don't think it's cost effective. And look, I think one of the things that the captain said, which we got to clear this up because everyone's been talking around it. There is a delay right now when a 911 call comes in on cell phone to dispatch our police. And I don't know exactly what that delay is, but there is a delay. That call comes in first to WCC, and then they have to transfer to us. And I don't know if somebody said it's 43 seconds. I see some people back there nodding their head, probably from the WCC people. But they have to take the call in. They have to process the call and figure out where it goes, who it is. Is this a fire EMS call? Is this something else? And then they have to transfer it to us. And that is creating a delay, and that is a safety issue. And that can't be cleared up by keeping local dispatch right now. I went beyond you didn't need to stay up there. That was just, I started rambling on.
If you have some question for Jim.
Okay. It was getting late. First question is, ongoing costs for WCC, how much is it per year if we go with WCC? Can somebody tell me that?
Operating costs,
Operating costs.
$633,483 if we keep the staff that we currently have.
Okay, and
Not
that's,
paying WCC that, we're paying our own people that.
That's
I'm
not how
talking
much we
about
pay WCC. That's how
WCC.
much how much are we
I'm
paying
talking about
WCC?
WCC. Next,
Okay.
if we go to WCC,
How much are
we
we
no
paying them
longer
a
have
year?
dispatch.
$5,834 is what the annual amount is that we will pay them, which is $5,000 of that total budget, yes.
Okay,
But we still have to have our people on staff.
right.
So we're still paying,
So you're still paying for those individuals?
yes.
And we're still
Okay.
paying for our Pro Phoenix maintenance contracts and
stuff,
all
yeah.
of the things that are in that budget.
Okay. So all that's happening there is that we're moving over, maybe, to WCC. We're paying $6,000 to do that. But we still have the salaries and the other expenses associated with what we got going on now.
Right.
Right.
So we have an additional
right.
expense of $5,834 to WCC. The only other additional expense in here
I
would
wanna-
be
I
the
wanna-
additional IT support.
And I could be wrong here, but I'm going to try to clarify this right now. Nobody really knows what the delay time is, period. Okay? Let's just call a spade a spade. Oh, no, it's 46.3 seconds. Oh, no, it's 22.1. Nobody knows. What we do know is this. Somebody makes a 911 call. A large portion of those phone calls first go to WCC. If it's fire, WCC goes directly to fire, fire goes right out. If it's police, WCC goes to police dispatch. Dispatch at that point in time tells the police to go out. That's what I know. I'm probably wrong, but that's what I've been told. Okay? There's going to be a delay there. Whatever that delay is, it's still a delay. My job is to make sure that the city residents are safe and that we do our best to make sure that every decision we make keeps them safe. We're splitting hairs here, guys. We really are just splitting hairs, just to hear ourselves talk. This is what happens when it gets after 11 with me. Bottom line here is, what is our savings? Is it $54,000? Is it $7,000? Is it $3.10? What is it? Give me the bottom line.
From what we have right here, bottom line, total operating savings in a year for this next year, $23,244.
So we're only saving $23,000 to go over there. Is that what I hear?
Well,
Yes or no?
No, because capital costs are more than that. That's operating. Capital.
What is the bottom line?
You know, Kevin, it's
Please.
like I talked about before, it's a little hard to say. For the first 10 years, as Matt said, we would pay $550,000. We would pay half of that to move to WCC. So, you know, that savings was up here. We were 550, they were 239. So is it cheaper to go to WCC? The answer is yes, it is. Okay? Capital, it's cheaper. Operating, it's a little bit cheaper. We have a good dispatch system. WCC has a good dispatch system. That's a policy thing for you all to decide. Operating-wise, that's what the differences are. And as Matt points out, yes, we would have ongoing capital costs. I don't know if we have ongoing capital costs with WCC or not. When they do upgrades, is that split out to the municipalities that use the system? Or does it all go on the tax roll?
This goes on the tax
See?
levy.
So then the answer is, we have, their one-time cost really is a one-time cost.
Okay,
So,
what
is
is
there
their
savings? Yes,
annual
there is.
increase? What is their annual increase at WCC when it comes to costs associated with any municipality being with them? There's got to be a cost of living increase or adjustment. What is it? 4%, 5%, 10%, what is it?
I haven't been provided with any numbers like that, Kevin.
Can they tell us?
You see, they're not charging us an operating fee. The fee that they're charging is a subscription to their software. It's a portion of a subscription to software. They are not charging us a fee to do dispatch service.
So there's no
We pay
fee.
for that on our tax bills through the county.
We already pay for it.
Okay. That answers all my questions. Thank you so very
You're
much.
welcome.
Now I can go home.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you can't, yeah. So, this is a personnel question.
Okay. Jim.
We have five dispatchers, full-time.
Full-time, correct?
Do we currently also employ 2 full-time clerical staff?
1.5.
1.5. But we need 5 to maintain 24/7.
Correct.
Okay, so potentially, if we are true to what we're saying and maintaining the 24/7, we're, again, this just came up, so we're potentially overstaffed to do that in maintaining the
No,
5
no,
plus
I'm saying
1 point.
5, we need 5 additional to our 1.5.
Okay.
Okay, so you need the 1.5 plus the 5, so you'll be at 6.5. And I'll tell this council right now, that'll be a stretch for us. And I'm not saying that we might not come back.
Sure.
But we'll work on that. That's what we need to do.
And just, again, to the point of splitting hairs, for me, every dollar that we look at in our budget, and as we apply this, that we can potentially save, I have not advocated for reduction or movement to a different department. I'm looking to try to add another officer. We are a growing community. The budget is what it is, and we need to be as efficient as we can in order to provide the community that level of service. So that, to me, is why I appreciate we're revisiting this. It's not to save a penny. It's to gather those savings in a meaningful way and provide our community and our department with the staff that we haven't historically kept up with. So I want that known to everybody who's listening here and wherever, that I think a majority of the council, if not all the council, is looking at ways at being more cost efficient and effective to provide those levels for our community and for our department.
And I agree with that, and I would say, by keeping our dispatch center, you keep a lot of that authority here, okay, to make those decisions and so forth. If protocols change at WCC, that could affect staffing levels here, for clerical or this or that as well. But I agree with you 100% on that. So,
And in conclusion, I appreciate our dispatch staff, our PD. None of this is questioning the quality, the commitment. It is, without a doubt, an incredible dedication, and it is a family. Dispatch is not separate from the officers. It is one family unit, and I get that, and I appreciate that, and that is not in question. So I want to make sure I put that out there as well.
and I thank you for that. And, with that, I know WCC brought up, public safety versus public service, and I would like to say that our dispatch center does both.
Yep. And if it does go to WCC, it's part of that family as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, it is.
And if that's what this council decides, we'll work with WCC to do that as well. Can I make a clarification on something earlier said? Just one clarification with DPW, just so there was a question on it. The WCC would not listen to our DPW utilities, all that stuff. They wouldn't have those radio channels or that capability. So that was just a question arose. So, okay.
Clerical dispatch, our clerical admin.
That would have to be a clerical position here, or our current dispatch center.
I checked with our city attorney and I asked him if I could make a comment, and he did say I could. So I'm gonna make a comment
Hey,
on this.
Mayor,
Yes.
don't we have a couple other guys that are waiting back here? talk? We get them up here before we do any more talking, the poor guys. Don't you guys can say something, or who's the?
Well, I don't know how much more we need to see.
I'd like
Well,
to hear 'em.
they came here and they've been sitting here, they're looking for coffee or something, or $5 coffee that we're gonna, for taxes, I still can't figure out what that is. But I'd like to hear them.
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Well, I don't know how much more presentation we need.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, quality of service
Yeah.
is a big thing, and I think you can talk to the quality of service. Is that what you're here for?
I need them on the microphones.
Come on up to the microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, come up real quick. You look like a police officer.
You're right, a very tired one. So I was at the
yeah.
PD at 7 a.m. and we're both deputy chiefs at New Berlin PD. Been there over 25 years. And the reason we're here is Oconomowoc came out and talked to us. And then WCC obviously knew that this was coming up and asked us to be present if there's any questions. So we're neutral on this. We're not here to advocate one way or the other. As you stated, it's each community's decision based upon their needs and their costs and to make that. So we were just here if there was any clarifying information or things of that nature.
Right, we're here to be a resource for you, because we know from going through this 7 years ago that the most important thing is to get the information out here and to get people educated. And that's what we did out here in the hallways too, and as we were coming in, we did it outside. We just educated people, whoever had questions. So that's why we're here.
Okay.
You have all the information, obviously, from the two presentations. There's nothing that we could.
Anybody have any questions for him?
Yeah, I do. Are you guys happy with the service at WCC? I mean, that's one of the, obviously the decision we're making tonight potentially is, do we go to WCC, and are you happy with the service? Are you getting dispatched? You know, are you getting calls dispatched? I mean, that's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah, we were happy with, both our local dispatch and WCC. They're different. I mean, they definitely are different, and there's different capabilities for both. And as they brought up, you got the local, they know a lot when you have your local dispatch and WCC with some of the technology. So it's been 7 years now. So, over time, it's harder and harder to remember our old dispatch.
Anything different, right?
Yeah, it's just as time goes on.
Did you guys keep clerical staff on to handle some of the other local, late night calls or
We have
something?
24/7 clerks now.
We have 11 clerks and 1 clerical supervisor to take care of those.
Late night utility call or, well, maybe.
They
that's
don't
you
have
guys run-
utilities like we do.
Well, whatever it happens to be, you've got someone there to handle it, right? Okay.
Yeah, we had a very different situation when 7 years ago, because we had, we're looking at $1.8 million expenditure for dispatch, just to keep that running. We hired Springstead Incorporated to come in and look at our entire center. They looked at WCC, they talked to the citizens, they talked to everybody. Spent a lot of time and effort going through that process. And in the end, it was going to save us a little under $1 million a year average for the first 10 years. So for us, it was, the mayor and the council and the citizens weighed in, and that's the decision they came up with. So, but I want to say that, working with WCC, it was fantastic. It's, I had no issues at all, and I was a coordinator for all of that. That move had no issues at all with that. But, we had, again, a totally different situation than what you're looking at here.
What was your 10-year savings? Approximately?
It was going to be a little less than $1 million, probably $800,000 a year.
A year?
Yeah, a year. for 10 years.
800,000
A
per
year?
year,
Not
over
big.
10
Okay.
years.
Per year, yeah.
Okay.
So like 8 million, wow.
Got it.
And our clerical staff was making about 10 grand less per person per year. So that factors in as well. But without all that technology to add in there, that's what, a lot of that money was coming out of that.
Got it. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thanks.
Thank you both for being here.
Where's that coffee?
Yeah.
Somebody's got it for $5 over here, because I'm talking about the increases or whatever it is. Let's go to Starbucks.
Do you want to go first, Charlie?
Sure. Before you make a comment, I've been pretty quiet about this all night, but Lou, you just made a comment that you're glad we revisited this again. I am not. We visited this on July 17th and adopted a resolution to continue using the services, you know, our own dispatch services, knowing that we were planning on going to a new police facility. We knew there were going to be costs. We revisited that again on November of 2018 and confirmed that decision to stay there, and yet here we are doing it again. So I'm not happy we're revisiting this again. I still support keeping our own dispatch system, and I haven't heard anything to change that tonight yet.
I have a question for Gary. You want to come up? There's a couple of communities that aren't part of Waukesha County.
Yes.
Muskego, McGuanago, places like that, Oconomowoc, of course.
Yes, sir.
Why has Muskego and McGuanago not joined?
That's a good question. I think there's some local control there. Just for clarification, McGuanago, the town in 2002 paid their brick and mortar costs, so their one-time fee. In the village of McGuanago in 2007 did the same thing. So they've purchased their ticket per se to join Waukesha County Communications and just have chosen not to. We've had conversations with McGuanago's administrators to discuss very similar issues, not in a public forum. I don't know why. I think it is a lot of local control. I think that they believe in their local system, which they're entitled to. But that's my belief. I know the city of Waukesha had a recent study done by Delta Works. And that study identified that Waukesha County Communications needed more staff to do the work that the city was doing. So I'm not sure the validity of that, but it was a separate study similar to what New Berlin done through.
Okay, just wanted to check to see why they haven't joined.
Thank you.
I can tell you why.
Why?
Well,
Have you talked to them?
yep. Yeah, I talked to the chief over at McGuanago, and he said that they dispatch for their community and the two surrounding communities, which is the village and the town, about 18,000 people, which is very similar to what we
Similar
have
to
here.
us.
Yeah, very similar. And he said a lot of what Captain Pfister has been telling us as far as the benefits of keeping dispatch in your local community, he said not in any time soon do they have a plan to move over to WCC. And he did, and I quote, say, if you can keep your dispatch local, keep your dispatch local.
A couple of comments that I wanted to make regarding this, and a lot of it has to do with what our dispatch service does compared to what Waukesha County does. Is we do more public service than they do. We have a public utility. We have the 24/7, the camera monitoring, all these other things that Waukesha County wouldn't do. They would dispatch our calls and then pass it off. So it's not really what we are. The things I heard tonight, no job guarantees if our dispatchers wanted to go there. They'd go in as entry level. That's not what we heard initially. We have a lot of other duties. We're going to keep these people on staff anyways. I mean, if you're going to keep them on staff, you might as well keep them and have them do what they're trained to do. I mean, why would they can't leave because there's no jobs at Waukesha County anyways. We keep local control. I think that's important. And they have the familiarity with the officers. They have the familiarity with the community. If I get a chance to vote in this tonight, I'm going to vote to keep them, just so everybody knows.
Yay for you.
Any other comments? We do have, go ahead. Yeah, just very, very briefly. I think it's been a great discussion tonight. Charlie, it's unfortunate that we didn't want, you weren't happy about the debate, because I think it's been very robust, it's been very good. The difference between tonight's debate and the debates we had in July and November of last year is we didn't hear the other side of the story at all. Nobody from our city staff had visited WCC and gotten the same information that we got tonight to know the differences between the services. We weren't told about the significant delay between these calls. Right now, what we're faced with is if there's a landline call to 911 in the city of Oconomowoc and it's fire EMS, it's got to be taken and then transferred. And that's the reverse for the 911 cell phone calls. That is a delay. That is not safe. I think ultimately moving to WCC now is I think the consolidated services are the future. I also think ultimately it's going to be safer for our citizens because they're going to get dispatched quicker and there's going to be unified dispatch. The other kind of elephant in the room is, why does Town of Oconomowoc leave? Town of Oconomowoc left, and I talked to the chief of the Town of Oconomowoc, because they were split and bifurcated dispatch. Fire and EMS was going out before the city because of the transfer delay. So those things are significant. That's creating another $27,000 hole in our budget because they've decided to leave. That's important. And we shouldn't put our heads in the sand and not think that that's important to look at. The bottom line too is if we keep these folks on as, we're not firing anyone tonight. This is a long transfer, and those folks are going to stay on, and I hope they do stay on because there's a lot of very important functions that they're still going to play in the city. But it's also about the cost. It's not just about moving into the future and acknowledging the safety of the consolidated service and the non-bifurcated stuff, but it's the future cost. It's the future needs that's not even factored in here, and those are millions of dollars. This is not just a one-time $550,000. If we keep dispatch, we're going to be in it for a long time because we're moving to the new building. We're building the space for dispatch. We're spending a lot of money to build that space, and we're buying all the equipment, and that's going to be a continued expense into perpetuity. And the numbers don't really play that out. But that's a significant cost, and that should be a significant concern for us. Because I would like, as Lou said, to add more officers. And this is one way we can do that. So I think we should vote to leave the budget amendment the way it is. Because right now, what's on the books is removal of dispatch in WCC with the retention of our 5 current folks in clerical staff.
Okay, what we want to vote on tonight is we have 2 suggested motions. One is to move to retain it, one is move to transition. So we need a motion to either move or to retain.
Well, I think that was that. I guess that's a point of order. We've already voted to remove WCC from the budget. So there's got to be a vote to go back, right?
We didn't vote to eliminate dispatch. We have to move to eliminate dispatch and move there or maintain it. So we need a motion to.
Can
go
I
ahead.
just make one comment before we
Go ahead.
start
Go
doing all
ahead.
the moving, because I've been moving here and I'm really hurt. I'd like to thank everybody for being here it was a great discussion. When I was driving down Wisconsin Avenue, my district over there, and other places, I saw a lot of signs, and I thought I was in the town of Summit. All that stop the baseball stuff. But, I've talked to a lot of my people in the second district, and, I've always voted for whatever my guys and gals wanted to do in that district. So I'm just letting you know that that's the way I have to vote. So don't yell at me. I'm doing my job.
Do you want to do a motion or what?
Oh, are we going to still be able to
Yeah.
do some type of comment after the motion?
Well, I just think it'd be good to have a motion
Yeah.
out on the
I'll
floor.
move to convert over to WCC.
Ugh.
Do we have a second?
Second.
What was
Who
that?
said that?
He said first. Lou said second.
Okay.
More discussion.
I mean, geez.
Can he finish?
Oh,
Oh,
he's
I'm done.
he's done. Oh, Tom was done.
I got cut off. I'm done.
Oh, I thought you were done because you said,
No,
I-
I'm just shaking my other bad back around.
I wasn't sure what you were doing. Do you have more to say?
No.
Okay.
I-
Karen,
I came into this, my head's been going back and forth. I feel beat up over this. I think our heads just want to explode. But I came into this with the first stance of thinking I needed something to move the needle for me, to change me off of the fact that I voted to keep dispatch before. And I guess the 3 factors I was looking at were from a financial standpoint, safety standpoint, and a quality standpoint. I haven't heard anything tonight compelling enough to change me off of that stance. As a matter of fact, I've heard why our local dispatch is so valuable to this community. We have a very unique community here. Do we want to give all of that up for a few dollars a year? I understand we're still going to have capital expenditures down the road. I think WCC could do a very good job for our community, but bottom line is, I think that our dispatchers in Oconomowoc can do it better.
more comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a really, obviously difficult decision for some of us. It's for me anyway, and I'm really glad we had this discussion. I was disappointed when we didn't take the information in front of us and review it a few months back when we were, I remember when it was, but Lou brought a packet of information that nobody wanted to look at, and I was disappointed in our council for not at least reviewing it. So I'm glad to have the this discussion and both sides of the story. I would really love to save $100,000 a year, because it's important. I think that would go a long way to another officer down the road. But I was out talking with some of the police officers on the force, and I could see it in their eyes when they told me how important dispatch was to them, how much safer they felt. And I came in here with an open mind tonight, and with all the citizens that came in, we had one gentleman, Larry. I appreciate you coming in and being the lone soldier that spoke. Two? What's that?
Ken also.
Ken, I'm
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
Ken,
Ken was
yeah.
here too. I apologize. But I think with the citizens that did show up, and I'm glad they did, but it was really my discussions with the guys in the field and how they really, really appreciate our dispatch officers and what they do for them. I think they feel safer. I believe it in their heart. The thing that I do question, and it might have to be resolved down the road, is it feels like there's a discrepancy between a cell phone call and a landline call, and there's delays depending on which service is being brought up. If there's a way to rectify that so that there's not a delay for one, depending on where it comes in, I think that would be great. But anyway, I am gonna vote to keep dispatch here because of all the comments that I've received, and sometimes money's not the most important thing.
Go ahead, Tom.
I do have one more thing.
Yep.
And my constituents finally came up to me and said, you know, you were right when we should have put this whole project on the YMCA. We wouldn't be here till midnight, and then whatever time we're gonna get out of here now, because
Outta here.
Thackeray Trail would have gone. So that was just my last lick, so.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, so this is a motion to transition to 911 dispatch services to Waukesha County Communications Center. We have a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Alderman Ellis.
No.
Alderman Spiegelberg.
Nay.
Alderman Swart.
Nay.
Alderman Stray.
Nay.
Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Nay.
Alderman Rozak.
Aye.
Alderman Shaw.
Nay.
Okay, done.
Okay, now we need a motion to retain it.
Make a motion.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, call the roll,
wait.
please. Oh,
Before we move forward and before everybody leaves, I think this council will support the community, the dispatch, and the police department fully. Having the information out in the format that we discussed tonight is part of the process. And I don't want there, and I don't think anybody else does want any bitterness moving forward. And I look forward to supporting local dispatch moving forward.
go ahead, Andy.
Just some simple stuff. Sometimes it's not about the money. I mean, $8 million over 10 years, I'm probably voting differently. That's a big number. What I'm looking at is, and I know where Matt's going, and I get what he's saying with respect to the new PD lasting 30, 40, maybe 50 years. We do have the ability to audit this in 10 years again. I'm not saying I'm gonna bring it up and say dispatch is leaving, but what I appreciate, aside from everything that local dispatch that I've learned does for us, I like being able to know that we can look at it again in 10 years when it's time to replace, if that's how long the equipment lasts, and make another educated decision with respect to, I don't know nobody knows who's gonna be on council, I get that. But I appreciate the ability to look at it then, because 10 years from now, what's our population gonna be, 20,000 plus? I mean, the city is growing. I like keeping it local. I think it's part of live naturally, or whatever the city's slogan is. And I mean that, there's a personal face to it. It was a hard decision, because my father-in-law sold WCC their equipment. He is absolutely 100% sold on central communication, and I spent way too many glasses of whiskey and hours getting his opinion, because he doesn't live here, he lives in Dawson. I had a great, perfect opportunity to listen to somebody that this doesn't really directly affect, but lived it, was in 911, selling the system to New York City when the frickin' planes hit. Like, great history, great, like, resource. And ultimately, with that, and going to WCC and looking at their facility, which is unbelievable, going to City of Oconomowoc Dispatch and going, holy crap, you guys need a new building. Because that's, I mean, I still can't get away from the personal service. I really can't. And that's not gonna be here if it leaves today. I wanna give it a 10-year run. I wanna experience it. And if I'm still on council, look at it again if it's necessary. I just appreciate it staying in-house at this time.
Kevin?
15 years ago, I moved here. And one of the reasons why was because Oconomowoc is unique. It's got an independence about itself that I didn't see any other place. I'm glad this came in front of us. I'm glad we had this debate. I'm glad we put it out there. I'm going to put this out there. Whether it's $100,000, $500,000, or $1 million, you can't put a price on a life. And you can't put a price on a person's livelihood. And what was my determining factor was when I was told months back that the individuals that were working at dispatch, if we went with WCC, would be guaranteed a job at whatever level. And tonight what I heard was no, which tells me that there's probably a lot of other things that they're stating that now I cannot believe. The numbers are the numbers. If I voted for the numbers, it's obvious, but it's deeper than that. There's an independence here that doesn't exist anywhere else.
Any other comments?
Real quick, Andy, that was your father-in-law that sold the stuff, is that what you said? Well, you're out of the will now, man.
No, he was actually very objective.
Okay, good.
So I don't want this to sound like sour grapes, but I think the council made the wrong decision tonight. I think we're not looking forward. I think we're looking backwards. I think that we are valuing things and making decisions based on things that we can't necessarily quantify, but that's not necessarily part of it. This job of our city government is not to give people jobs. It's not to give people livelihoods. It's to maintain the services in the community. Now, those people are obviously working in the community, so you want them to be part of the community, and you do have to give them a job, obviously, to do that stuff, but that's not our job. Our job is to do what's best for everyone in the city. And there's a lot of people that came out to talk tonight, and I do appreciate those folks coming out. But every single chance this council has had for the last 3 years that I've been on, this last 3 years, every chance we get to tighten our belt a little or do something to move ourselves a little bit further down the road, we can't do it. We refuse to make those tough decisions. Every single time we get to a budget cycle or we get there, we can't make those tough decisions. This is a very expensive decision we made tonight. And just like we did with the police station, and like I said for years past on that, next budget cycle, I hope you can tighten your belt somewhere else because taxes are going up. And that's going to be on this council and that's going to be on the mayor. Though our taxes are going up significantly for everything across the board, for debt, for levy increases, for general operating expenses. And this is part of those decisions time and time again. So when people get their tax bill, please call the city and tell them, why is my tax bill going up $300, $400, $500? This is why, because we won't make the tough decisions. And I think we made the wrong decision tonight.
Actually, Matt, next year when they get their tax bill and it's higher, I got their names here of all those people that said they didn't mind having increased taxes. So, and I got your numbers. Just know that, okay?
Can I speak
ahead,
right to
Karen.
Matt? Can I speak to Matt's point?
You can speak to Matt's point, that's just to the
Okay.
common.
I understand what you're trying to say, Matt. However, we first and foremost and ultimately answer to the citizens. And I believe that the citizens have spoken in this case and that they want to retain our local dispatch. Secondarily, after that, we have department heads that we put our trust in, and we have them do their research and bring their recommendations to us. I have full trust in the judgment of these gentlemen, chief and captain, in their recommendation that we are better off as a community keeping our dispatch local.
Any other comments? We have a motion and a second on the floor to, I can't remember what the motion actually said.
Retain.
Maintain
Retain it.
dispatch services locally. Call the roll, please.
Ellis?
Aye.
Alderman Spiegelberg?
Aye.
Alderman Swart?
Aye.
Alderman Stray?
Aye.
Alderman Kavieski?
Aye.
Alderman Rogers?
Aye.
Alderman Rozak?
Nay.
Alderman Shaw?
Aye.
Okay, that's passed. Moving on, reports and comments from Alderman. Oh, I'm sorry, no, reports and comments. Reports and comments from the mayor. Oh, no, staff reports first.
Nothing.
Staff reports. I
What happened to
skipping ahead.
technology?
Goes on?
Time out.
I guess.
To the mayor, I have to make an announcement here.
Oh, here you go, okay.
We are going to set up a special committee to form the technology committee, which I have the authority to do, and I'm going to appoint certain members.
Conducting
We're
a
still
meeting,
conducting the
please.
meeting, please.
No, then I'm not going to listen.
We'll wait till they get out.
Yeah, you're on.
So this special committee to form a technology committee, and I'm going to appoint Alderman Spiegelberg, Zwart, and Shaw. And they will be meeting to get together, and the reasons that they were selected is because Alderman Spiegelberg is on protection and welfare, Alderman Zwart is on utility, and Alderman Shaw is on both of them. So it's kind of a conjunction of the three. And I feel that the utility committee and the protection and welfare committee should be the ones that have the input into creating this. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be just aldermen. It could be aldermen plus city citizens, but we'll sit down and meet and talk about that, come up with a vision of what that's going to be. Another announcement. I just wanted to point out, and there's a lot of people here, and I had a lot of people talk tonight, that coming up in 1st of December is the time when people decide if they want to run for office. There's a lot of people that are very involved in the community and very opinionated, and they want to have their voices come forward. So I would highly encourage anybody who is looking to get involved in the city, get involved in city government, go out and take out nomination papers. Go out and distribute them for the alderman. It's to get 20, 25 signatures. If you want to run for mayor, you get 200 signatures. You can go out and talk to your neighbors, talk to different areas of town, but I really want to encourage people to go out and consider participating in the electoral process. It's been rewarding, and I think everybody up here has done a fantastic job. Reports and comments from aldermen.
There's a couple places in my district where I've been getting phone calls and emails about dangerous crossings for children over on County Z, over by the, I can't remember the name of the subdivision, but it's Pine, well, that's Pine Ridge is south of one of them. One of them's over on Z, the other one's
Wood Creek?
Wood Creek. Yeah, there was a comment on that. You know, and we've gotten complaints over the years on that one, and now that everything's being developed, they're using the Pine Ridge as a thoroughfare, and they're running through bus stops with kids out there waiting. And we're doing a lot of studies to see how much the traffic is. And, you know, when we're talking about safety, like we did tonight, and using it to pull at the heartstrings of all of us, I want to say, there's kids out there that are trying to cross the street, and why can't we put it in a crosswalk and not have to study it forever when people are calling me because their kids are almost getting hit by people driving through, so.
Do you want Mark can answer some of your questions, probably?
I just like to have things addressed. all I'm saying is let's get back to these
Yeah,
people.
Yeah.
And let's just do it if we can. Put in a yield sign or a stop sign or something to at least address their concerns. They're sitting there watching their children almost get hit by vehicles while they're trying to get out to the bus, and I really think that we can do that. It's in our budget, so.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I have a couple other concerns that are almost identical to that, although Mark and Chief have been looking into it. We've got some speed issues in our subdivision, but I think that's been addressed. I think we're almost there. We have a crosswalk issue, I think it's actually in their district, on Concord Road, similar thing, I'd like that looked at. You know, I know they're gonna do some more drive-bys, but, you know, I don't, let's just paint these darn things and throw up a yield sign or something if we
Yeah, I
can.
know, we had the same issue on Silver Lake Road years ago, and it was a county highway, so we had to get permission from them to do
Yeah,
it,
I mean,
so.
these aren't county highways, we're talking about inside the
Well,
city,
Z
so.
is, I mean, if.
Z might be.
Z might be, Concord Road
But
wouldn't be.
I appreciate that they're addressing, at least I've got two issues we're working on right now. And I agree, they're important issues, so.
Any other comments? Do we have to do closed session?
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna have a closed session per Wisconsin Stats 19.85(1)(e) regarding Village of Summit Boundary Agreement and Olympia Fields
sir.
Development. Do you have a motion to go into closed session?
Captain.
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Call the roll.
Alderman Ellis,
Nay.
Alderman Spiegelberg,
Aye.
Alderman Zwar.
Aye.
Alderman Stray. Alderman Kavieski.
Aye.
Alderman Rogers.
Aye.
Rozak. Alderman Shaw.
Okay, we're in closed session. Let's do this.